Look at the evidence, you'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
We all gotta live, all gotta die, all gotta give, all gotta thrive. You should love yourself first, adapt to survive. Life could be worse, are you satisfied? Someone say stop, I just pray you flop. I'm gonna make it hot and hit the top spot. Started from the ground, call it groundwork. You are not around, so come around with me and first. This game on my back and feed the pups. Put you on paper, have you in cups. And dirty, will have you back in the cut. New man status, like what the f? Static on the beat, Bobber on the chorus. Trying to double up like that kid Marcus Morris. The game filled with glamour and all the fortune. She got 2 kids, what about the abortion? Facebook timeline, homie, you goofy. The Fetty killing everyone, the world is spooky. Deadbeats, wanna be left alone, life of chaos. Mixed with methadone, the game grimy. Like shit in the stall, ice agents. Watch you slip and fall, was a good kid. Got shot in the temple, mom's on Adderall and she went straight mental. In the LX 450 with the lift kit. 1997 like we listen to Big. Going viral, was his claim to fame. Never knew the streets, never knew the game. BBS go play it, you so on the sport. Shut the
all green, everything. Brought up we were bleeding green, you ain't got our history on you. We all record for the man. All green, everything. Brought up we were bleeding green, you ain't got our history.
3, 2, 1, 0. This one's explosive.
Live, all gotta die, all gotta give, all gotta thrive. You should love yourself first, adapt to survive. Life could be worse, are you satisfied? Someone say stop, I just pray you flop. I'm gonna make it hot and hit the top spot. Started from the ground, call it groundwork. You are not around, so come around with me and first. This game on my back and feed the pups. Put you on paper, have you in cups. And dirty, will have you back in the cut. New man status, like what the f? Static on the beat, Bobber on the chorus. Trying to double up like that kid Marcus Morris. The game.
You know how this goes, right, ladies and gentlemen? Do you know how this goes? This is a message from the flight deck. Oh, yeah. It is a message from the flight deck. And this is Fuckery Donuts. It's officially open. What type of donuts do you like? Message from the flight deck kind of goes a little something like this. If you have a carry-on, please put it up in your overhead bin. If you have a backpack, please put it right in front of you. And your front seat, keep it tight because it might move in flight. But before you do, take out your nips, your vapes, your Cliff Bars, whatever your vice might be. Put your trays up because I'm about to take you up to 39,000 feet. We got goals, different area codes. Yep, you see the goal. Go ahead and populate them and let's get the conversation moving. And if you didn't know, turbulence in the chat keeps the plane rocking. For sure. We're expecting a little clear air turbulence. So calm the fuck down and let's get it. Pod 29.
It's the game filled with glamour and all the fortune. She got 2 kids, what about the abortion? Facebook timeline, homie, you goofy. The Fetty killing everyone, the world is spooky. Deadbeats, wanna be left alone, life of chaos. Mixed with methadone, the game grimy. Like shit in the stall, ice agents. Watch you slip and fall, was a good kid. Got shot in the temple, mom's on Adderall and she went straight mental. In the LX 450 with the lift kit. 1997 like we listen to Big. Going viral, was his claim to fame. Never knew the streets, never knew the game. BBS gold plated, you so on the sport. Shut the f up and pay your child support. Feel my fury like Tyson, you ain't that wild. A one-trick pony with a weak-ass style.
We
all gotta live, all gotta die, all gotta give, all gotta thrive. You should love yourself first, adapt to survive. Life could be worse, are you satisfied? Someone say to stop, I just pray you flop. I'm gonna make it hot and hit the top spot. Started from the ground, call it groundwork. You were not around, so come around when we at first. This next level.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Keeps the brain rocking. Yeah.
This is your chat. This is your chat, people. Coming to the stage right now is the man behind the scenes, now part of the panel. He goes by the name of Jay Brillion. Jason, what's up, my man?
What's going on, brother?
We are here tonight, part 29. Would you believe it?
I believe it.
All my mods that are in the chat, Natalie D, making changes. Of course, Mother Duck, Norman Corey. Josie, she's on a vacation far away. Jimmy T got a wrench. I haven't seen him around. For sure, for sure. Please listen to the mods because she got a reminder. If you come to this chat to stir up drama, you will be timed out. We don't have time for fuckery here. We are fighting for justice. God damn. And this is true, you know? So, Jay, I just got a message from Unforgettable. And Unforgettable told me that this girl that's talking right here is not Artie's daughter.
Yeah, Trisha, your son is a murdering scumbag predator. He's never going to get out of jail. Stop fucking pointing the finger at Janet Downing's brother-in-law. Your son had her DNA on her leg. End of fucking story, you stupid cunt.
God damn, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Big Ed said that was his daughter, right?
That is his daughter, because Unforgettable showed me another video that sounded the same thing. But all I gotta say is I gotta say one thing. She threatened my kid. She said what she said to Ed. She's saying she didn't do it. Ashley, call up. Let's hear your voice.
Yeah.
Prove it wasn't you.
Mm-hmm. Lady Zelda, what up, girl? What the duck says, how much do I have to send in super chats for J Bro to finally turn his camera on? There he is. There he
Listen,
is.
I gotta say, I'm scrubbed out right now, so I ain't trying to show my face that much.
He says he's scrubbed out.
Well, my beard and everything.
It looks
Work
good,
too
though,
much.
brother.
No time to shave.
That's all right, great friend.
What you talking about?
What you talking about?
What you talking about? What you talking about?
Now you get me all sweaty and stuff. I probably have to take off my hoodie.
God damn, man, you got him all nervous, everybody. God damn, J Bro's about to freak out.
I'm new to this.
He's new to this, but he's here.
I'm here.
He's here. Yeah, so, man, I'm going to tell you, brother. So this girl is basically just a liar.
Just like her father.
Mm.
Runs in the family. And violence, clearly.
Mm. Unreal. Unreal. So tonight on Pot 29, I have the Boston Improper Bostonian. I have a clearer version of it that I got from our friend Wendy. She sent it to me via text. So I can read that tonight. I haven't read it yet. I think it's going to be cool. It happened in 1997. So we're going to see what that's all about. Talk about that. Waiting on Kevy Kev to catch that connecting flight. But you heard from Eddie today too, right?
Yeah, I did.
Now, what was he screaming?
Well, he has a few, like, he has a concern about the emails that people are sending out. Someone made it sound like they were a lawyer, and if he gets all the representation, they're not going to help him. They're going to kick him to the curb. So they want to do a letter for everybody to just print out and send out if you want to do that. so it doesn't cause any conflict between the lawyer situation.
Mhm.
He also said, damn, he said a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, he said something about our girl with the L, but he can't talk on that just yet.
Yeah, we can't talk about that yet because he's waiting for her final report, and they don't want any influence. They don't want to say she was influenced or anything like that, so we can't talk about all that right now. But he said he's going to send me the letter of the witness that witnessed the mugging next week. He has to wait for his lawyer, the lawyer storage, whatever, the where he has his evidence to send it to us. He's gonna send me a picture of Michelle when she went to the jail to visit him because he took a picture with her. Um, he thanks everybody, you know, not only for helping him share his platform, but also for trying to bring out who really did it. So there's a lot of stuff like I'm on my phone. I can't really look, like I said, or else I'll get booted off, and I don't want to do that.
Totally get it, brother. Totally get it.
I sent them all to you though. You can read them.
Yeah, what he wrote?
All the emails, every email I get from him, I send right to you. He said I can
Yeah,
share them with you, so I send them to your messenger.
I got you. Got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, he said that. He said, "What up, Jason? I talked to my lawyers yesterday, and Doctor
Yeah,
talked to my lawyers yesterday since they last spoke in early November. They were going to send her an email to check in with her after they got off the phone. Once I get the report of the written findings, that I think it would be okay to share the news once she's on the case." I don't remember if Idi's cab was there or not. Hmm. I know what Gina has to say about it. Adi even said the cab was towed. I believe maybe that Mark guy got the spare key to pick it up at the tow yard. I still can't believe there is no mention of any of this in any police report. Adi's name is not mentioned in a single report. I have some of
no,
Riley's notes where he mentioned
no,
Adi's
no.
name. And let me mute you up real quick. There you go. Um,
Thought I was.
That's all good, brother. Adi's name is not mentioned in a single report. I have some of Riley's notes where he mentioned Adi's name. One where a detective told Riley that he saw Ortiz at the scene and wants to talk to him. My PI tried talking to the detective, but he declined because he's still working there. God damn, this dude's still there, huh? Wow. We're going to subpoena him when we filed the appeal. Has anyone suggested that Adi was a confidential informant? Green Cab was known to be connected with the old Winter Hill gang. 1995 was around the time that the feds were going after them and Whitey. Were there any arrests for drugs associated with Green Cab back then? Question mark. Email from Ed. So that's Ed talking, everybody. If you didn't know, that's Ed O'Brien, Gardner, locked up. Yeah, Margot suggested ancestry before. I'm not sure how that would work, but the DNA profile of the fingerprints and the piece of metal is on my website. It's under the July 1997 Cellmark report tab. Maybe you can ask Ancestry to put the profiles from the report into the system. Also, look, but I think you have to be convicted of a felony to have your DNA in the CODIS system. That's Eddie O'Brien. Also got a message by Unforgettable. This chick is claiming that she hasn't, that wasn't her in your comment section of part of your 28 video. The girl goes on to say, Ashley, she was in the comments, right? This is on my video. She commented on my, left a comment on my video. She put, fun fact, that's not even my voice. Laugh my ass off. And I wouldn't refer to my father as brother-in-law. He'd be my dad. Y'all are wild. Laugh my ass off. Literally not me on that voice clip. Try the F again. Well, you share the same dialogue as this woman. And if this is all y'all are gonna get out of me, bullying someone's daughter who wasn't even born when the situation occurred is actually insane, and I can't wait for y'all to look stupid in court the day this ever goes back in front of a judge. No more, no less. You could take everything y'all want to stretch to make my family look as bad as y'all want to make it look. But we never be the image you're trying to portray. And anybody who knows me that hears that clip is going to laugh at y'all because they know that's not me and that's not how I talk and that's not how I sound. Well, I don't know how you talk or how you sound, Ashley, but I do know that we have a response from Adi's daughter, one way or the other.
I do
One
know I have a message from her proving that's the way she talks.
God damn, we got turbulence in the chat, man. Josie with the wrench popped back up. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Static selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston. For the statements and the arraignments, and it's getting stranger and stranger. Lockdown Boston, we in danger, in danger. Pressure is cooking in the chambers. Feel my anger, feel my anger. And told the commish some gambling, some fish. It's the action, it's the risk, man. Ain't this a bitch? Politics, a big block party at the mall, national news and all that other shit. Yeah.
Static selector. Static selector.
That's the sound that I want to eat. That's the sound that I eat. Sound that I
Josie, ladies and gentlemen. Josie has entered the building along with the young jerks. Mikey Crawford is here. Things are picking up over here. I said Josie was on a vacation far away. She caught a connecting flight. She is here, but she got to run to jump on the next plane. But Mikey's drinking coffee. God damn.
We look at the evidence. You'll see the truth. We look at the evidence. You'll see the truth. We look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage. He wants to know a few things. He likes things. He likes animals. He likes motorcycles. He likes Harley Davidsons. He likes wearing flat brim hats like his boy J.F.K. He doesn't like tuberculosis. He actually has a shot for that shit. He's part of the crew. He goes by the name of Kevy Kev 781 on the Cash App.
God damn.
Kevy Kev.
God damn,
Yeah.
Kevin, have a long time.
Yes, Josie, Mikey Crawford, Kevy Kev is here. Oh, it's one big happy family. Renee jumping in the chat with thank you, JFK, Kevy, J. Brill, Marge chat. You keep this my safe place every time. Best true crime, peace and love. For sure, for sure. Thank you so much. For sure. God damn, Kev is here.
God damn,
Mike,
that's right. Mikey.
money,
Making Mike.
money making Mike making all the money. I heard money. Yeah, you know the craziest thing? Thank you, Josie. You know the craziest thing about money making Mike? Here's the thing, right? When we did the raffle for Jigga, R.I.P. Francis Gigalotti. We still working on Francis Gigalotti. He's still here, and we're still gonna tap in with Francis for sure. Always that. Becca, I don't know where you're at. Hopefully we see Becca soon. We get her on the show. Dedicate a couple hours to Becca and Francis real soon. And let's just go right back down that rabbit hole of Francis and wake that case a little bit, wake that back up a little bit. Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to, put life back into shit. But
They're improving body cameras.
yeah,
And
I
they're
seen that.
retroing it from July 1st. I don't know what that means, but that don't sound too. That sounds a little sketchy to me.
But when we did the raffle, would you believe the person who won the money was Money Making Mike?
Yeah.
Natalie held that down. Where do you buy? Well, you want to know where I buy my shades? Well, since you asked, people are asking. Can I take you on the VIP tour to go buy the shades? Here's the VIP tour. You guys can check it out.
Santa Claus in Miami.
What are you doing, Santa?
Hey, Santa, why ain't you in Cambridge anymore? Where you been? Is that you, Higgins, with the...
We got Santa Claus in Miami.
Frames.
They can't blind your vision, cover these clear mornings. Days fly by, let's make. Yo.
I want you to I just wanted to do a video. I don't care how long it takes. Yeah.
These are the Falcons right here. We're in vintage frames with the Siempre boys too. My man,
sir.
With my boy Corey. This is the VIP tour.
VIP tour, the after hours. We serve Siempre after hours.
Vintage frames, but goddamn, man, it's getting crazy in here, man. We got more turbulence in the chat. God damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Turbulence in the chat.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat.
Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Static selector.
Yeah.
We're working too.
Boston.
We're working too. We got Nan in the chat, Young Jerks.
Damn, man.
Everybody is here. But since we're all here, right, I want to play a video, man, or something real quick, man. I want to talk about how this video really fucked me up when I watched this video. And I'm sure Jay Brill and my man Kevy Keb, Nan, Mikey, Josie, Natalie, What the Duck, Becky, Pags, Norman Corey, Maker Changes, and everybody else, Renee, Mitz, Johnny Trot, Erin Murphy, down the line, Sister Wendy, Cat's Pajamas. This video right here really messed me up. You guys got to check this out. This is what's wrong with the fucking world today. This is what's wrong with the world today. And this gentleman was so, I don't know, man. It's a tearjerker, man. Check it out.
Somebody else could have just walked past and picked this little girl up, bro. These people is crazy out here, bro. How old is you? 6? Man, I swear some people don't need kids. She talked about she was walking to school, so I'm about to walk with her and make sure she go to this school. Whoever daughter this is, y'all let your daughter walk out here with no hat, no shoes. Thank God I saved her. Those sick people out here, thank God I seen this little girl, bro. It got me so mad and angry. Nigga got this little precious little girl just out here walking by herself, bro. I just seen her walking, bro. She said she go to this school. I'm trying to make sure she go to this school. I already called the police.
Miss Alexander, okay, go on up there.
That's the teacher here?
Yeah, that's her teacher here.
Come on. She probably scared because she was walking for about 10 blocks.
Where's your sister?
She probably scared. So many people just pulled up on that little girl. I'm so happy I seen her.
Thank you, baby. God gonna bless you too.
I'm so happy I seen her.
Yes, thank you. You safe now, okay?
Oh, well, I found this little
Dude's traumatized, bro.
Oh yeah.
Poor dude, bro. Whoever's fucking mother or father is to that kid, you guys are some straight fucking
clown. You are a clown. Clown. You are a clown. Clown. You are.
And this man right here, he deserves a reward, man. Because most people would just drive right by that shit. You know, and he said some cars were pulling up, but he got out of his car. You could tell, you know, he's got his hoodie on, he's chilling, he's shaved up. Looks like a good young man, you know? And he was crying, bro. And he was like, thank God, because his mind just went elsewhere. Or what could have possibly could have happened to this little girl. No shoes, no hat, walking down the fucking street. God damn, man, that shit fucked me up. I thought I had to share that, man. That was a tearjerker, man.
Crazy.
Oh, thank
That
you.
was tough, man. That was tough to watch, man. That poor dude, man. Because you know that shit messes you up because you know the outcome of things like that. You know what I'm saying? And your mind goes to that place. Like, man, someone could have just scooped her up and just wow, gone. You know what I mean? There's so many weirdos out there, and this is what's wrong with the fucking world today.
Yo,
You know,
about 3 weeks ago, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, might even have been 2 weeks ago, man. Square One Mall. Parents, mother comes out of the store. She's with the kids shopping and stuff. Goes to her car. Someone's trying to steal the car. So they end up like waving something at her, a screwdriver or a knife or something. A knife. And the little 8-year-old boy, he jumped in front of his mother and he put his hands up. And the 16, 17-year-old kid punched the kid in the stomach. All right. So he's on the news. I mean, it's a clip. You could find it, Square One Mall. He's on the news and he's saying that he got punched in the stomach. Yeah, they punched me in the stomach and knocked me down. He goes, I wasn't protecting my stomach down there. So next time I'm going to make sure that I can protect the rest of my body. But yo, this little 8-year-old boy stood up against these dudes. Jumped right in between him and his mom, bro. 11 years
and
old.
That's the parallel, right? Like, that's what it is. Because Big Ed cares for his son, even 30 years later. Son's in jail, prison. He could have wrote him off, you know, maybe not wrote him off, but went on with his life. But he didn't. He dedicated his life to free Ed. You know, that loyalty. And when people just shit on that with their kids and walk away from their kids or do stupid shit like that, walk to school like it's okay without a hat in this time that we're living in, where we know that you just don't want to be that percentage that your kid gets kidnapped because you didn't want to walk her to school, or the older sister, because they asked where the sister was, but I mean, I don't know how much older the sister could be going to an elementary school. So even with that, you know, it's just like
Is
your
the
kids
older, is the sister all right? I mean, it makes you wonder, like,
yeah, there you go.
the
That's
first thing
another
I
point.
said, you know?
You know, and you know, our kids are our jewels, man. We got to keep parenting, you know, through it all. Got to keep parenting, even if they don't want it. You still got to be there and let them know. And it's not okay. You're right, Leslie. It's not. And that's why, Ed is so passionate about little Ed, because he knows, like, this is crazy. He knows how this world is. And he knows he's got to be there. And what a nightmare that he's living. But yeah. So Ashley, that's her name, right, Jay Brill? Adi's daughter.
Yeah, that's
Speaking of daughters and kids, she's sticking up for her dad. She claims it wasn't her on Reddit screaming and yelling like a nut. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it is. Ashley's watching though nowadays. So regardless if that's you or not, Ashley, I don't know. I got the clip. I played it. I was informed. Jay Brill says it's you. Maybe we're wrong. We could be wrong. We're humans. We make mistakes. But the fact is this, you're still saying that we're wrong, and we're trying to talk about your father in different lights. Well, keep in mind, your father volunteered to come on the show. Your father volunteered all this information. We didn't ask him about a cat. We didn't ask him about kitty litter boxes. We didn't ask him about dog food. We didn't ask him about going through the dining room where Janet Downing, your aunt, was laying dead with 98 stab wounds to go get a kitty litter box on July 24th, 1995. But he did say on the show that he initially went in to get the kitty and the kitty litter box 4 hours later on July 24th, because the 23rd into the 24th it happened, right? So this is 30 years later. This is your dad. I mean, I want you to understand how serious this really is, Ashley. They didn't have a cat. There was a big area inquiry, right? We got a little bit of turbulence. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me for 1 second. We got some turbulence.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Turbulence in the chat.
Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat.
Boston. Can you hear me? 3, 2, 1, 0. Can you hear me?
Static selector.
Yeah.
We're working too.
Boston.
Yeah. I mean, my
God damn.
Josie Lou, she's been on a vacation, but we are at 39,000 feet. We are at 39,000 now, girl. You're awesome, bro. Proud to be Long Gamers. Blessings, everyone. Thank you so much, Josie. We big you up every episode. When we shout out the mods. And girl Nan, of course. And we got Young Jerks. He's drinking coffee. What up, Young Jerks? Where you at, bro? Cheers to you, my man.
God damn. God damn,
We
Young
got some
Jerk.
coffee. Cheers, Young Jerks. Money making Mike. But he's probably not drinking the dunk shit. He probably went to the North End and got some espresso, because he makes all the fucking money.
God damn.
But yeah, so we didn't do that. And that's the narrative that you want to paint. You want to paint that we're going after your dad. We're just trying to understand, try to get an understanding first and foremost. The Young Jerk says, we drinking coffee. I got espresso. You got dunks. I told you, man. What did I say? This guy. God damn,
Mike.
money making Mike.
God damn, Mike.
Yeah, man.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. Man. You're a funny bastard.
I don't know if I can face it again. I can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life.
Thank you, Renee, again. E-Pags.
I wanna know what love is.
Becky, J.F.K, Kevin, Brill, they working too.
What you
Everybody.
showed me.
Cat's Pajamas, 5 JFK memberships.
I don't know if I can
Sparky.
face it again.
And of course,
Can't
Josie.
stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life.
I'm going to take it to the Groove Lounge. Hold on.
I wanna know what love is. What you showed me.
Meditation.
I don't know if I can face it again.
Elevation.
I can't stop now. I've traveled so far.
Dedication.
To change this lonely life.
Meditation.
I wanna know what love is.
Elevation. Elevation.
I've gotta take a little time to think things over. I better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm older.
Josie's on a vacation far away.
What up, Josie?
Around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say.
Hold on a minute. Josie, where you at?
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over.
Let's go.
So many things that I wanna say.
God damn, man, we got more turbulence.
My girl's a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight.
Hold on a minute before I go any further. We got turbulence in the chat. God damn, Kevy Kev.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Turbulence in the chat. Turbulence in the chat.
Can you hear me?
I ain't got many friends to talk to. No answer of it, I'm in trouble. You know I'd do anything for you. Stay alive and keep it undercover. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
Try to stop my hands from shaking. Something in my mind's not making sense. Still I so sweet all alone. Looking at the way I'm feeling.
Let's go.
Please once you close the door. And don't forget what I told you. Just 'cause you're under don't mean
God damn. Cheers, Elba.
I just wanna use your love tonight. Yeah, I don't wanna lose your love tonight. Yeah, I just wanna use your love tonight.
Meditation. Meditation. Elevation. Elevation. Dedication. Dedication.
Let's go, people.
Home in the valley, home in the city. Home isn't pretty, ain't no home for me. Home in the darkness, home on the highway.
Time I'll never know. Burn out the day, burn out the night. I'm not the one to tell you what's wrong or what's right. I've seen suns that were freezing and lives that were through. But I'm burning for you. I'm burning for you.
Welcome to your life. There's no
God
turning
damn.
back. Even while we sleep,
Yeah,
we will find you
Yeah.
acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world.
What the duck? Let's go! What the duck says, keep being you and spreading the positivity and love. This community you are building is something special and is appreciated. I love you all. God damn. Denise, what up? Merry Christmas.
It's my own design.
Uh-huh.
It's my own remorse. Help me to decide.
Here we go.
Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever.
Probably like this.
All summer long, we've been together, and I've never felt so good. 'Cause when I'm with you, it's such a good time. Yes, it is. And when you get next to me, you make my heart beat fast. You throw me back when you smile. And when we're alone, I know we're in love. 'Cause I can't get enough. 'Cause I like the way you kiss me when we're playing the kissing game. I like the way
God damn.
keep me looking forward to another day. We got it good. We have it all, it seems. We're living dreams.
Static Selector.
yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Boston.
Static Selector.
Yeah. Boston. Can you hear me? Can you
God damn, yo.
God damn, man.
Damn, Nan coming through like a hurricane. Holy shit, she got a request.
God
Oh,
damn.
QJ. God damn, but we gotta get through this hurricane first. We got some real turbulence. Everybody put their seatbelts on. It's about to get crazy. Thank you, Abro. Peace and love, Abro. Let's go. We gotta feed the cat, Adi. Here we go. Let's go. We got Nan with the turbulence. Woo. What? Let's go. Yep. Eddie O'Brien, go fund me. Yes. Here we go. God damn. Holy shit, we got turbulence.
Meditation, 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 elevation, elevation, elevation. When I'm dedication, dedication.
Yeah.
Telling me I need a girl who's as sweet as a dove. For the first time in my life, I see I need love. There I was, giggling about the games that I had played with many hearts, and I'm not saying no names. Then the thought occurred, teardrops made my eyes burn, as I said to myself, look what you've done to her. I can feel it inside, I can't explain how it feels. All I know is that I'm never dishing of the raw deal, playing make-believe, pretending that I'm true, holding in my laugh as I say that I love you, saying I'm more, kissing you on the ear, whispering I love you and I'll always be here. Although I often reminisce, I can't believe that I found a desire for true love floating around inside my soul, because my soul is cold. One half of me deserves to be this way till I'm old, but the other half needs affection and joy, and the warmth that is created by a girl and a boy. I need love. Romance, sheer delight, how sweet. I gotta find me a girl to make my life complete. You can scratch my back, we'll get cozy and huddle. I'll lay down my jacket so you can walk over a puddle. I give you a rose, pull out your chair before we eat. Kiss you on the cheek and say, ooh girl, you're so sweet. It's deja vu whenever I'm with you. I could go on forever telling you what I do, but where you at? You're neither
know,
here
man,
nor there. I
can't-
swear
can't
I
have
can't
that one
find you
song without the other
anywhere.
song, you know
Damn
what I
sure
mean?
ain't in my closet
Can't
or
play-
under my rug. This love
can't do
search
LL
is
Cool
really
J
making me bug.
without
And if
playing
you
I
know
Need
who you
Love,
are,
right,
why
people?
don't you make yourself
But the
sing?
Nancy
Take a
said she
chance
wanted
with my
that
love, and you'll find
Around
out
the
what
Way
I
girl.
mean.
Nan, you Around the Way girl. Where's all my Around of the Way girls at? Put your one up if you're an Around the Way girl. I want to say thank you to everybody that's hitting us with the turbulence, keeping the plane rocking. We got some clear air turbulence. All my Around the Way girls, where you at? Where you at? Nan got a request coming through with 199 special request. LL Cool J, Around the Way girl. Let's get it. Here we go.
I want a girl with extensions in her hair, bamboo earrings, at least 2 pair, a Fendi bag and a bad attitude. That's all I need to get me in a good mood. She can walk with a switch and talk with street slang. I love it when a woman ain't scared to do a thing. Standing at the bus stop, sucking on a lollipop. Once she gets pumping, it's hard to make the hottie stop. She likes to dance to the rap jams. She's sweet as brown sugar with the candy yams. Honey coated complexion, using Cabernet. Let's hear it for the girl, she's from around the way. Your smile is like sunshine. That's why I had to dedicate at least one rhyme to all the cuties in the neighborhood. Cause if I didn't tell you, then another brother would. You're sweet like sugar with your gangster talk. Wanna eat you like a cookie when I see you walk. With your rayon silk, or maybe even denim. It really doesn't matter as long as you're in them. You can break hearts and manipulate minds, or surrender, act tender, be gentle and kind. You always know what to say and do. Cold flip when you think your man is playing you. Not cheap or petty, you're ready for loving. You're real independent, so your parents be bugging. But if you ever need a place to stay, come around my way. Bobby Brown button on your sleeve. I tell you, come here, you say, meet me halfway. Cause brother's been popping that yang all day. Around the way, you're like a neighborhood jewel. All the homeboys sweat you, so you're crazy cool. Wear your gold in the summer with your biking shorts. While you're watching all the brothers on the basketball court. Going to the movies with your homegirl's crew. While the businessmen in suits be hawking you. Baby hair pumping, lip gloss shining. I think you're in the mood for whining and dining. So we can go out and eat somewhere. We got a lot of private jokes to share. Lisa, Angela, Pamela, Renee, I love you.
Hey!
From around the way.
Let's go. Beautiful men deserve respect. Best community ever. Wow. Let's go, J.F.K. Here we go.
We started dancing and love put us into a groove. As soon as we started to move,
kid.
Hold on, what you say, Big Ed? What you say? Who killed Janet Downing?
Man was on the line, and that's all he cared about. And I don't know how that man sleeps at night. I'll tell you.
Her son was in the house when she went down the stairs. You heard the testimony of the neighbor that heard her go down the stairs at 8:15.
What's his name?
Adi Ortez's cab had to be towed from Hamlet Street, where the blood drops were going down the hill. The judge would not allow that to get out in court. For 10
Adi Ortez.
God damn! What you say, lady?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
What does it mean? What does it mean? The blood on the hilt of the knife. What does that mean? The blood on the hilt of the knife.
Well, it came from somewhere else, didn't it?
Right?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
That number 12 came from another person's blood, didn't it?
It may have come from another person's blood. That's correct.
God damn, man.
Give me a break. This is a joke. Mr. Riley should be ashamed of himself.
9 hours telling me.
These cops lied on the stand. It was proven they lied on the stand. Okay? You had Stanford. You had Stanford, and you had that Firmino in there lying to death. But Mr. Pino gets on the stand and says they were lying. But what does that mean? 2 police officers get up there and lie on the stand. They gave a black eye to every good policeman in this state. And they should be ashamed of themselves to put a 15-year-old kid away for life. But it's not over. We got the appeal. And I'm telling you right now, I will die before my son spends any more time in jail than he has to after this.
The evil little man of Mr. Riley get on that stand and rip my son apart?
Patricia,
no.
Beyond the question of whether Eddie should testify, I just want, it's been more than 2 years, your reaction.
Adi Ortez murdered Janet Downing.
Any more time in jail than he has to after this.
Justice has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. That's fundamentally wrong and extremely unfair to him. There's absolutely no...
4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about...
indication, no innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. That's fundamentally wrong and extremely unfair to him. There's absolutely no indication, no item of evidence, anything.
And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw. I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten.
Into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. That's fundamentally wrong and extremely unfair to him. There's absolutely no indication, no item of evidence, anything that would point in that direction. So
I went in about 4 or 5 hours after to get the kitty litter box and the kitten. That was it. And what I seen, to this day, I don't wish anyone to see what I saw.
Did you kill Janet Downey?
Absolutely not.
So you're adamant you didn't kill Janet
Very
Downey?
adamant. And if you really look at the evidence, you'll see the truth.
God damn, man. Adi, the one-man party, huh? Great mix, CLMK says. Thank you so much. Duke coming through. Money for the time and energy you guys put into these pods to bring attention to Massachusetts corruption to cradle a Democrat should set a better example. Thank you for exposing corruption. These parents and Eddie deserve closure. Thank you so much. Democracy. Did I say Democrat? Democracy. My bad. It's a one-man party or conspiracy. I mean, he's saying back in 1997, he said that, you know, there was no evidence. That's what he said. This is what this fool said. My bad. Wrong. He said right here.
Good.
into this case. That's wrong. A terrible injustice has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent.
I mean, how could you say he was totally innocent? You never checked his DNA for the shit underneath the fingernails. That's crazy. You can't say he's totally innocent. Right?
Definitely can't say that.
That's right.
No one's innocent. No one. There was no other suspects other than Eddie. Not one person ever got questioned or nothing. Like, they looked at Eddie and that was it.
I unblocked him, man. Jermaine 6 said he's still blocked. Was wondering if I could get it unblocked. I unblocked him yesterday, didn't I? I thought I unblocked him. Talk to the people, Kevy Kev.
Yeah, what's going on, people? You know, how we feeling out there? Let's see some shamrocks in the chat for Eddie up in Gardner.
Who's Life Artist?
Here we go. Here we go, Greek Princess. Let's go. Let's start it off. I want to see those green shamrocks up there. You know, the other day we were talking about, you know, Adi and the position of his car on Hamlet Street. And, you know, what kind of car was it? You know, what's this? What's that? You know, did it have AC? Did it not have AC? You know, and then we ask him, you know, when he tells us that he came there the next day to see what was going on with the investigation, and he went in for the cat box. You asked him, what kind of car were you driving? Were you driving the cab or your personal car? And he's like, it doesn't matter what car I was driving.
Yeah.
In his text messages, you know what I mean? And then he confirms it was my own car. But, you know, there he goes again, trying to distance himself from that cab, you know? I mean, why wouldn't he have the cab the next day? I mean, it's not like it broke down. It was a fucking what was the next day? A Monday, and he doesn't have his cab.
He probably had that cab.
But you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make sense too.
None of Artie's story makes sense.
That's right. Cheryl Reed. That car had evidence. I'm sure it did.
I don't even understand how the fuck my plug talk. Pick him up in a space coupe. I don't let my plug walk. Skirt, pull up in a space. New freak had to cut my other little bitch off. 50K, you could come and book a cracker for a plug walk. Big ol' Bentley, it's a spaceship. Call me on my phone, I don't say shit. I make money when I talk. I'm a boss, take a lot. Skirt, skirt, skirt. Plug walk. I don't even understand how the fuck my plug talk. Pick him up in a space coupe. I don't let my plug walk. Skirt, pull up in a space. New freak had to cut my other little bitch off. 50K, you could come and book a cracker for a plug walk. Big ol' Bentley, it's a spaceship. Call me on my phone, I don't say shit. I make money when I talk.
Jermaine, you're free, man. I'm freeing people up.
Man, that's dope, man. We had people out there, man, asking for that. Yeah, I think that Karen D, man, she's gonna love that. That plug walk song, man.
Yeah. I mean, how about this? This woman. Remember this?
Try for John O'Keefe? What? Did she? No, she did not. With her Babson ass college degree. Do you see his parents' eyes? There's no justice for John O'Keefe.
No.
Karen Reed got justice.
Well, funny how tides turn with Karen Reed, huh? People are talking a lot of shit, but Karen's doing well, ladies and gentlemen. But this is her perception, but she doesn't know Karen.
But did John O'Keefe? No, he didn't.
Think there'll be justice for John O'Keefe?
The way how the system is signed up, it's designed for you to fail. So, no, John O'Keefe ain't gonna get justice unless his parents stand up for him.
Why do you think that she didn't ride for him? Like, how so? She left him at the house?
She ain't stand up for him.
Like, what should she do?
She should have spoke up more for him. She spoke up more for herself, but there's no justice for him.
This is the perception that she
There's
thinks.
justice for her.
Do you think she did it?
What the fuck?
Why would you be texting and got no parts with them? Where's the love for them after the judge? She still should be outside for them, right or wrong. If you love somebody, you're gonna love them to the death.
To be fair, though, but it's early, though.
I said it's early. Yo, check this out.
Love them to the death.
To be fair, though, but it's early, though.
Didn't I just say she said with her eyes?
Yeah, she said.
Stop fucking with me.
She said it with her eyes.
I'm riding for John O'Keefe. Mama, for John O'Keefe, we here for you.
Why do you think she's lying, my brother? Where you from, by the way?
Roxbury.
You're from.
So I'm in the hood, man. This is North End. This is the St. Anthony's Feast. I'm talking to the hood. This is what they think about this case.
I'm Roxbury. So you're from the hood, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is for the people who are not from where we're from. I'm from Lynn, by the way. So my man, so you think she has something to do with it?
Nobody's right, but I know something's fishy in that story. I know it's something serious.
I know something's fishy in that story.
The police officer
died.
RIP to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's something serious when we lose somebody.
Right.
But it's like, no, the whole situation is funny.
It's funny. That's what you think?
Yes.
Okay.
There's something funny in the mix.
Appreciate you, my man.
That's all I got to do.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, bro.
I don't want
Thank
to
you.
take too much of the
All right. It's all good, brother. Thank you.
Talking to the people, man. Talking to the people.
Nice.
Rats in the house. What's that mean? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people, the perception sometimes of things, and the reason why I played that video because that's Karen got all the light onto that. 30 years went by with Eddie. Imagine if we can go back down to the north end, go back into these cities and talk about Eddie O'Brien. But people don't want to talk about Eddie O'Brien. The people that know is because I feel like this case of what happened to Janet is just so raunchy. It's so dirty. It's tough to talk about. Nobody wants to be connected to um 98 times stabbing somebody, right? You feel
Yeah,
that way, Kevy Kev?
I do. I mean, it was, it was like almost like a hateful mixed with jealousy. Um, I mean, yeah, I
We got
feel
all
like it's something that happened between two people that at one time had either, a relationship, like I mean, even that, someone, you know, a relative or a relationship, something that's, they something against
hold
them, you know.
hold that thought. We got all green in the chat. Put the hashtag AGE up in the chat right now. Soro, Nandy, let's go.
Static Selector.
Yeah, we all reppin' for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history, homie. We all reppin' for Boston, Mass. All green, everything. Brought up, we were bleeding green. You ain't got our history, homie.
Thank you so much for the 10 JFK memberships. E-Packs coming through. Best of JFK 2025 countdown. Well, speaking of the best of JFK, we got the 2025 JFK Spotify reports in, which was pretty cool this year for an underground rapper like myself, right? Is that what they call us nowadays? They call us
Didn't he call
bums.
you a washed up rapper?
What's that?
Didn't he call you a washed up rapper?
Yeah, I did
You
all
don't
right this
sound
though.
washed
Yeah,
up to me.
on on Spotify, we did 175,000 streams and 85,000 whatever that is listeners, and then it breaks down the countries too, which is dope. Like worldwide, people who are listening in countries. So you got listeners, 175,000 K streams. You got so many hours in 153 different countries. They're listening to JFK, 175,000 streams. That's not bad. You know what I mean? Like it
Yeah,
is what it is.
That's
that's what's
good.
up.
Hey,
Yeah,
congratulations.
and that's just on Spotify, Apple, and then there's Amazon Prime, and then there's Pandora, and then there's Tidal, and all these other different ones throughout the world. But Spotify is usually the biggest. You know what I mean? EPAGs gifted 1 JFK memberships. I'm just running through content right now, um, just talking about some things. But you know, the little backstory, what we're saying is to bring eyeballs. When we was out there in the north end, we were talking to the people, and right off the bat, people just have this. Let's face it, Karen. They think that Karen was doing for Karen, and rightfully so. She should have. And I talked to Jeff when I was in Miami, and he asked me a question. Jeff asked me, "What do I feel about Karen?" And I said, "Why do you ask?" I said, "I think Karen's cool. I think she's real cool." Matter of fact, right? I talked to Karen today, and I said to her, I asked her, we were talking about hip hop, right? And she told me I used to go to tons of shows. She used to go out and hang with a rap band called Shootsy Groove. Anybody know this? They had one hit towards the end of their career in 1990. I've been to Jay-Z and Mary J in Miami, coincidentally. I went to Woodstock in 99 and saw a bunch of rappers like DMX. That's about the extent of it. I go, wow, no shit. Karen Reed likes hip hop. Ha ha ha. That's what I said to her because we were talking about, hip hop and shit. I was like, I said to her about, we had a conversation. I was like, well, that's probably not your cup of tea because you hear so much she loves this classic rock. Well, come to find out, she went to a Mary J. Blige, Jay-Z. She went to Woodstock and seen DMX. She's seen the big
Yeah,
dogs, so who would have known?
sure.
That's wild, right?
Yep.
But the point is, the perception of Karen is that she doesn't like these things, right? But people don't know her. And Jeff asked me, what do I feel about Karen? I said, I think Karen's cool. I actually think she's mad solid. And he goes, yeah, but them documentaries didn't do, the last documentary, the HBO Max one, didn't do her no justice. And I said, yeah, but you got to understand that one that they filmed right there was in between. That was in between the trial, that like she had a whole day of court. She was on trial and then she was filming that night. So she was just upset and her mind was from the perspective of a lawyer, not from the perspective of a victim or a perspective of a defendant. She was thinking like she's hanging around, she's with Yannetti every day, she's with Alan Jackson. So her mind is constantly thinking about how to beat this case. You got to kind of separate yourself. Like she was at the point where she was like fighting the case, like an out of body experience, kind of like, but she was the one
Yeah.
that was going to do the time, but she was fighting it, writing reports and writing motions and all involved, like we're doing right here, as far as being involved in the case. So then, she goes back. She has a whole day at court. She sees Peggy. She sees this one. She sees that one. She feels the energy. And then she starts talking to these people who she probably think are cool. They're around all the time. They have the cameras. And she starts talking. And then they say, Karen, stop right there. Stop. I'm going to hit the record button right now. All right. Say that one more time. She thought I hit him. You know what I mean? And then that's how they spin it. And then, they didn't have to do that. I am a videographer. And anytime I do a video, if one of my boys does something stupid, picks his nose, licks his lips, I don't put that shit in there. I don't make my people look stupid. You know what I mean? Like I'll try to find a different clip to put a filler in there. I'm not gonna let my people look dumb because I wouldn't want no one to make me. I hate when people make you look dumb. Like they get like a B footage or something and you're just looking stupid and they put that in there as the filler. Of all the filler that they could put in, they put you looking dead stupid. Right. So that was one of those things, right? I'm pretty sure they had 4 or 5 takes of what she thought of Peggy, but they put that one in because that's what they wanted to spin when it was all said and done. But you got to understand, she was aggravated. She was in the middle of a trial fighting for her life, and she gambled. She was gambling heavy as far as thinking that she was going to walk out of there not guilty and thinking that when I release this, it's not going to be, the landing's going to be different because I'm going to be found not guilty. So I can say whatever I want.
Yep.
But that wasn't the case, was it? That wasn't the case. A mistrial. Here we go again. Hank Brennan,
Round 2.
the whole shit. Round 2. So my point of the matter is that speaking to that girl right there in the North End, that woman, and they're from the inner city, and their perception of like John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer who they see every day, Boston police driving around, they don't understand how no one's cuffed up from it because they know what happens in the inner city. And then, back to the Eddie Bryan story of trying to open that up, the perception of the people who are in their 40s now. Because when I talked to Jeff, I was breaking down, the Eddie O'Brien thing. And, right off the bat, he's like, yeah, didn't he say someone else did it? And, he didn't do it and da 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 da. But it's just when you, it's like how many, and the first thing that comes out is how many times she gets stabbed again?
Right.
And it's like, Jesus, here we go. Because you can't leave that out, man. It's so gruesome. It's so bad, right? Someone has to go down for that. Not saying that someone shouldn't go down for John O'Keefe, because someone should, because the way he died was bad too. They put him outside. That's just as bad. Freezing to death? That's crazy. So my point is the perception is everything to go out. So like if people don't know who I am or what I do, I go out and talk to the people. I got to come into a comfort space where I could talk about the Eddie O'Brien case because you might come upon people that are familiar with the case and all they're going to be focused on. Same way that girl was focused on Karen only caring about herself. And that really isn't the case because that's just the perception of a casual fan. That's what she is. She clicks on, she clicks off. She's not really involved. But it's the same thing with the Eddie O'Brien case. People who just read it in the papers and things like that, they're more zoned into he had a telescope, It was just, the way they wrote it up. That's just, and he's been in jail for 30 years. So it's kind of like it's what that girl said, right? Michelle, when I read all them text messages yesterday, she was saying, well, he's been in jail 30 years and he's just now saying this. Like that's the narrative. So it's a tough hurdle, man. It really is. So how would you, if you was going to talk to someone about this case, bro, like how would you go about talking to someone and to educating them on the Eddie O'Brien case? What would be the first thing you would lead with?
First thing I would lead with is, I don't know, probably about the no DNA. Well, I would obviously ask someone if they heard about it because I do talk to people about it, and a lot of people haven't heard about it. So, try to tell them about it, give them the breakdown of it, let them know the facts that we found, and I just go from there. And then if they talk, they do. If they don't, there's really not much more I can say. Can't talk to myself. But a lot of there's been like a few people that I do comment on different posts, and they actually come out and say, "Oh, I never knew that." Yeah, you never knew that because you'll learn a lot more. And a lot of people are thanking me for actually putting them onto the show. So
Yeah. Same question goes to you, Kevin. Kevin, what would you lead with?
Personally, I mean, just by knowing about this case and where it's gone to, I mean, I would probably want to start off with, the narrative and what the times were in 1995 with the laws for juvenile offenders. You know what was to come about with these laws being in place, because I mean, honestly, I mean, he was a juvenile. I mean, the details about the case, are brutal, but the evidence that surrounds the case is overwhelming. I mean, the DNA underneath the fingernails, not testing to Eddie O'Brien. I mean, big red flag. Like, stop. Like, what's going on there? Why wouldn't they? I mean, I personally would probably start off with really what the temperature was in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in 1995, and what their agenda was, what they were looking to get passed. I mean, before Janet's murder and after Janet's murder. I mean, that county it was a lot of deaths. It was a lot of murders.
Cas Pajama says, I think the emotional and perceptual barriers, as well as entrenched narratives about Eddie, are definitely a block for people to overcome, for sure. But, you got to understand, though, too, that when you break down the truth serum, he passed that. You break down the DNA didn't get ran. When you break down, where we're at 30 years later with stuff that nobody knows about, only people involved in this channel knows about this stuff, about the lies of Adi Ortiz, a guy who didn't know about the dog, then a guy who says he went to get the cat and the kitten, whatever, the kitten in the kitty litter box 4 hours later, to I lied about that and I went in to get the dog food, but never mentioned the dog until we mentioned the dog, then lied and went back to the cats and then lied and said it wasn't 4 hours later. It was the next day, and it wasn't a cat. The cat got taken out. The dog got taken out, and I went in just to get the kitty litter box. But no one told me to go there. I just showed up to see how the investigation was going. His words, this is what he says. It's transcribed forever, which is mighty, mighty, big, huge. Pause if necessary. Yeah. And then on top of that, right, he lies and says he didn't go in that night. 4 hours later, he went in the next day. And he said no one told him to go there, but yet he went to drop it off where they were gathering, but no one told him to go there. But yet he was going to where they were at. So someone must have told him to grab this kitty litter box that they needed for the special kitty, the cat that don't exist. Margot Nash says that there was a huge area of inquiry, whatever,
Regarding
about
the feline here, yeah.
and there was no cats. They testified the family there was no cats. So of what came out 30 years later that a guy's lying, and they said on the front stairs, well, excuse me, the front street, 3rd Street in Cambridge, in front of the Cambridge Jail, Cambridge Superior, Cambridge District.
That Adi
did it in 1997. They
Ortiz
said it. They said
murdered
this, and
Janet
if no one can see it, they said there was blood droplets going down, but yet that never happened. So you got blamed for this in 1997. You got blamed from this from 95 when it started, but in 97 it was brought into the courts. It was brought to national TV, to court TV. They even mentioned your name on court TV. I mean, shit, the fucking DA mentioned you. The DA took the time to say that why are we talking about an innocent man? He has nothing to do with this. And now here you have 30 years later, you have all the stories, you should have your ducks in a row, and yet you're lying. It's all coming up short. It's all you defending yourself because you went to the parole hearing and you didn't think he was ever going to get parole because when they sentenced him to life without parole. And then when you found out in 2013 they switched the law that he could get parole, you stuck around. In 2014, he waived it. 2015, he waived it. 2016, he waived it. 2018, waived. 19, waived. 20, waived. 1, waived. 22, waived. 23, waived. 2024. He goes to take the parole, not because he thinks he's going to get it, not because he wants it, just so he could platform himself. But what Eddie didn't know was he didn't know parallel to his parole hearing, and you didn't know this either, that there was streams being ran by content creators talking about the Karen Reed and the corruption of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So when we decided to talk about Eddie O'Brien, Eddie didn't know, Karen didn't know, but wouldn't you know, God's plan, everybody's like, whoa, I could see that happening. I believe in corruption. I believe that that dude Rodney could be a piece of shit. I don't know if Karen Reed would have ever got herself into this mess that she did that one night. If there was no Karen Reed case, I don't think we'd be talking about Eddie O'Brien, and we would be on the side that we think he's not guilty. Not the way everybody took to it real quick and see the inconsistencies. And then Adi, the one-man party or the third party, whatever you want to call him, whatever your vice might be, he went on our show just like he did with the True Crime Garage, and he thought it was going to be a one and done. He thought he could just say what he had to say and dip out, and that was going to be the law. Well, he didn't know that we was going to go live day in, day out. He didn't know that we was going to be on Pot 29. He didn't know that we were going to talk to Margot, John Roberts, Gina, Jeannie, Michelle, everybody that's involved in this case. We actually talked to his boss at Green Cab. I mean, it goes on. If I'm forgetting somebody, please fill in the blanks. But you guys get the gist of it. He didn't know. So now he's got himself in a bind. He thought it was him versus Eddie. I think when he first came into this, he thought maybe he could just outsmart Eddie. But this wasn't about Eddie trying to outsmart him. This was with Eddie with facts. Eddie had facts. He says he don't sling mud. That's one thing Eddie says. I just got facts. And he does. And as long as he has facts, and there's a Jay Brilliant and a J.F.K. and a Kevy Kev and a James Jackson, as long as them facts check out, then Adi, the third party, got a real fucking problem because he doesn't have facts. The kitty litter box is not a fact. The cat is not a fact. 4 hours later that he went in is definitely not a fact. The next day that he went in is not a fact. Blair said he gave the keys back. He said he never got the key back. Blair's gone now, but he also said Blair let him in. But that's bullshit because we know the next day if that was the case, right? Kevy Kev, it would be state police, right?
That's right. That's right. They showed up at 2:30 in the morning. The crime scene photography unit, they didn't show up till 3:30. So he's fucking lying.
Hit him with it.
You're fucking lying. You lied
Let 'em
about
know.
the fucking dogs. You're talking about fucking cats.
Clown.
You're a fucking liar.
You are a clown. Clown. You are a clown. Clown.
God damn. If it ever was granted, is there still DNA there? I hope there is because people want to admit to a 30-year mistake. Free Eddie. Well, you heard what he said, what I read. He said that you could actually try to reach out to Ancestry and try to get it ran. Go ahead, Kevy Kev. Rock the mic, man. What you got to say, my brother?
No, I think that's something that he's, got to look into. Maybe his lawyer or something can look into it, how to approach that, who to contact, I mean, I think what he did say was that, they would run it against AFIS or one of those, facilities that have, that hold that data. But I also think that you have to be a convicted felon for that data to be registered in that, database as well. So if there is somebody out there that, hasn't been a convicted felon, they might not be in that database, but the good possibility they could be in an ancestry.com or,
right,
find your loved one site.
But he got arrested though. He picked up a felony.
Yeah. So
when
then
he got caught 10 years later with that knife, he got swabbed up, bro. So this right here is the improper. What is it? What is it called again? Boston improper Bostonian. Am I right?
Yeah.
Improper Bostonian. This is the paper. I mean, this is a magazine, big publication. I'm gonna read the story. This is the beginning of it. The Boy Next Door. Eddie O'Brien, 17, is scheduled to go on trial in September for a particularly savage. Am I saying that right? Particularly savage murder. 10 o'clock on a hot summer night on Prospect Hill in Somerville. It is July 23rd, 1995, and 17-year-old Ryan Downing is returning to his mother's Boston Street home after rollerblading with friends. Isn't that didn't you read that before? You read that, right? About rollerblading with friends? That's why you got stuck on that, Jay bro?
Yeah, that's what I said, because he supposedly went swimming, and then I read in that article that he actually went rollerblading and not swimming. So
you already read this whole article?
no, remember that little page that I sent you? On the bottom right hand corner, I just read that part, and Kevy Kev read the whole rest of the part. But it was only one page, and it wasn't that.
All right, so this is the improper Bostonian, right? Book, right? That's what it is.
So here though, but I mean, so what you're saying right now, where you are with this article, in the first paragraph, and they're mentioning that. So that's the second time that we've heard this,
No, I don't think it's the second time. I think Kerry Brett for the improper Bostonian.
That don't look like the same article that I read.
It's not the same article I
No,
read.
that's a different article. That's what we read, me and Kevy Kev, that was like a page, just like a page in an article. That's a whole article of it.
All right, so here we go.
Well, this is what I mean. This is the second time I'm hearing about this being on a piece of paper. So
Him rollerblading.
10 o'clock on a hot summer night, Prospect Hill, Somerville, July 23rd, 95. 17-year-old Ryan Downing is returning to his mother's Boston Street home after rollerblading with friends. Entering the house, he sees blood-splattered walls in the foyer and the hallway. Pools of blood drip down the stairs. Leading from the stairs is a thick trail of blood. He follows the red trail into the dining room, where he finds his mother, 42-year-old Janet Downing, lying on her back, bleeding on the floor. Ryan Downing runs from his house, screaming. His terror and panic echoes on Boston Street. He races across the street. He leaps up the stairs to the front door of the house where his best friend, 15-year-old Eddie O'Brien, lives. "Help me. My mother's all blood. Please call the police," Downing shouts. Through the screen door, young O'Brien isn't home. Eddie O'Brien Sr. is. He hears Downing's frantic cries. He calls the police. He runs to the Downing's home and goes inside. Police receive the emergency call for an injured person at 71 Boston Street at 9:55 p.m. Two Somerville police officers, one trained EMT plus EMTs from Cataldo Ambulance and Somerville firefighters converge upon the scene. By 9:58, police and EMTs are working to save Janet Downing's life. She laid motionless on the dining room floor on a gold carpet turned red with her blood. Ugh, poor Janet. Blood spatters were on the door cases, the walls, and all over the floor. The largest amounts of blood drowned the rug around the upper part of her torso, especially near her chest. Without finding her blouse pierced or torn, but seeing it dyed red with her blood, the paramedics didn't know exactly how to pinpoint her wounds. They cut open her blouse and cut off her bra. Well, there you go. If they cut off her bra, then he put the bra back on.
Or she never took her bra off because supposedly she took a nap earlier in that day and she could have woke up to whatever
But
happened to her.
they're saying that he stabbed the bra, right? Didn't they say that? Or he
No,
stabbed.
they took off the bra and stabbed it. That's what they said.
Yeah, and that, but they had to unsnap the bra. They cut open her blouse and cut off her bra. So the bra wasn't placed on her. The bra was the bra put back on her? That's the question, because
Yeah.
I don't believe that this dude put that bra back on her.
I don't believe it either.
And I'm going to
if that-
tell you something. We spoke on this in the very beginning when we first started. When we first started talking about this, that someone else even in the chat threw up, does a 15-year-old kid know how to put a bra on?
Good night, Lady Zelda. Good night, girl.
Good night.
Lady Zelda, everybody. Let's go. Peace signs up for Lady Zelda. Lady. Peace signs up for the Zelda. Lady Zelda Kelly. Lady Zelda, Zelda. Let's go. Lady Zelda, good night. Sleep well. Sleep well, Lady Zelda, for sure. All right, let me find where I was at real quick. This is getting crazy, huh? So, without finding her blouse pierced or torn, but seeing it dyed red with her blood, the paramedics didn't know exactly how to pinpoint her wounds. They cut open her blouse and cut off her bra. Underneath her untouched blouse, they saw dozens of knife wounds. 38 in all, covering a small area of her chest between her breasts. Her breast and nipples were untouched. This is what District Attorney Tom Riley would later call the sexual component. Ear-to-ear slices consistent with those made with a switchblade cut her skin without slitting her throat. There were 22 slices like the one. There was 22 slices like that on her throat alone. She was bleeding from dozens of stab wounds and slashes on her neck, arms, and hands. 97 wounds to be exact. There were bruises and scrapes on her face, contusions and abrasions on her head, ears, chest, and thighs. Her hands were cut, revealing she had thrown them up to defend herself.
Wow.
As life, her body was still warm to touch. EMTs placed a mask over her nose and mouth to push oxygen into her. The oxygen went in, but what remained of her blood seeped out. of her stab wounds. Oof. R.I.P. Janet Downing, ladies and gentlemen.
R.I.P. Janet Downing.
Jeez, man. Eddie O'Brien Sr. and Barry Reckley, Janet Downing's next door neighbor, were ordered to wait in an adjoining room. Okay, let me turn the page. There's a picture of Janet. I'll put that up so you guys see what I'm looking at. Man, this is what I'm reading, people. EMTs prepared to move her. Police asked firefighters to stay outside the house so as not to disturb the crime scene outside. So EMTs prepared to move her. Police asked firefighters to stay outside the house so as not to disturb the crime scene inside. But fucking Adi, he got let in, right? Right?
Oh yeah.
Supposedly, that is the article I think that we read right there. That page.
A large crowd of the curious watched the tragedy unfolding. This type of violence was highly unusual for Prospect Hill, where old wooden Victorians sit neatly on tree-lined streets. The psychedelic flashing of the blue, red, and orange lights from police cars and ambulances turned the normally hillside city street into a garish, troubling scene for the neighbors in this closely knit Somerville parish. At 10:25 p.m., EMTs rushed Janet Downing from her house on a stretcher, loaded her into the ambulance. For the short ride to the Massachusetts General Hospital, she was pronounced dead at 10:36. So she was pronounced dead at 10:36. God damn. Keep that in mind, people. While investigators poured over Downing's home for evidence, Mr. O'Brien Sr. was called away from the death scene. He learned his own son, Eddie, had apparently been stabbed during a mugging behind the police station in Union Square, about a quarter mile away. Instead of walking into the police station to report the crime, the younger O'Brien, bleeding from his hand with additional cuts and bruises on his arms and scrapes on his legs, went to the Midnight Convenient, a combination porno parlor, variety store across the street from St. Joseph. A porno parlor. God damn, dude. That shit sounds crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, and you notice that's how they'll depict that.
Young Eddie had a job putting together Sunday newspaper at the Variety. His friends would later say that Eddie was a frequent visitor to the hidden room behind the swinging white door in the midnight. A mountain of pornography is displayed on a series of tables put together at the center of the room. There is a wall full of whips, chains, and 3-foot dildos. We read this before, didn't we?
I just told you that 2 minutes ago when you turned the page.
Where'd I read this at?
Well, this is the article that we read on the bottom under her picture is where it says about Ryan rollerblading, I think.
Yeah. This was on her page or something, right? You
Yeah,
sent me
they
a clip
posted that on her page. That page right there.
Chains and 3-foot long dildos. And there is a pornographic magazine, bondage, homosexuality, lesbian, transsexuality, as well as hermaphrodites. God damn, they had everything in there, huh? On Sundays, Eddie went from St. Joe's, where he was an altar boy, to the Variety, and back home to his room where he kept a stack of pornography hidden from his parents. Investigators found the homosexual pornography in the trash at the back of the house during the search the next day. But didn't Margot Nash said it was from Paul?
They found the magazine under Eddie's bed that Janet Downing gave him to do whatever with, and then he talked to Paul about it.
Yeah, because you remember, like 2 days prior to this whole incident, Janet had went to Mr. O'Brien because she wanted him to have like a man-to-man talk in the backyard, about what's been going on, and her finding the keys to his lover's house or whatever, and I mean, Big Ed stepped in to try to help fucking with Janet with these kids that didn't have a father figure around.
Are you all right? What's the matter? Either you got mugged or you had a bad piece of pizza. The store clerk at midnight said to Eddie when he came inside, it was 10 p.m. He was sweating profusely. His shorts were soaking wet. His legs were scraped and bloody. I got mugged. They cut my hand. O'Brien told him. He told his friend who's gathered out the variety after hearing about Miss Down and stabbing that I was jumped by a black and Hispanic. They got my $18. He said he avoided getting killed by grabbing a knife away from one of the assailants. He said he grabbed it by the blade with his right hand. Marco Abreu, John Fitzgerald, and Gabi Solomon, all Don Bosco classmates and friends of Eddie O'Brien and Ryan Downing, were surprised to find Eddie at the midnight. A half hour earlier, the boys had gone to the Downing home to fetch Ryan, who hadn't come home yet from rollerblading. Okay, so that's where it's at. They knocked on the front door and then went around to the side of the Downing house where they were drawn to the backyard. They heard branches snapping and saw something large moving through the thick thorn bushes at the rear of the house. When they found the cellar door open, they backed away in fear of the unknown. I mean, the shorts soaking wet, sweating profusely. I mean, this is all. I mean, this is the stuff that was obviously in trial too, though. You know what I'm saying?
And there's another thing that I want to bring up too, because you got to remember, Riley had a lot of control over the people that reported on this case and wrote these stories and held a mic at the podium. And I mean, just like any other, let's say, election or presidential thing. I mean, you see people like, they pick certain people to talk to and to ask questions. And and I wouldn't put it past any favoritism for different reporters in this case, just for that fact of the times of what was coming up and legislation being changed and stuff like that. I mean, those are big stories that other people want to cover and be able to get that front row seat. So I'd keep that shit in mind too, because we can't forget about that kind of fucking corruption. You know what I'm saying?
No question. Why wasn't anyone, Norman Corey, why wasn't anyone else checked for blood on their clothes? Why was the DNA from the boys and Audie Cross when any of the blood at the crime scene? Why was the blood on Ed's leg not DNA matched? So yeah. All right, so let's talk about the fist clench situation, right? So now they're at midnight convenience. This is a half hour later, right?
Yeah.
And they knocked on the door at 9:30. Then one of them spotted Eddie O'Brien in the bushes. Nice hiding spot. And one called out. O'Brien jumped out the bushes, started walking away with his friends. His fists were clenched to his sides. Eddie, Eddie, they called out to him again and again. O'Brien turned around, smiled, and went on his way. Abreu, Fitzgerald, and Solomon stood at the midnight, not wanting to believe Eddie could have been connected to Miss Down and stabbing. It was unthinkable. But they could not erase the image of the 6'4", 240-pound 15-year-old jumping out the bushes behind the Downing home. Did you hear the news? Abreu asked O'Brien, who kept his fist clenched to stop the bleeding. He didn't speak. Did you hear the news? Abreu asked a third time. Yeah, I heard. O'Brien finally answered without emotion. Abreu noticed that O'Brien was wearing different clothing than what he had on when Abreu, Fitzgerald, and Solomon saw him stumble through the bushes. Different from what he had on earlier in the evening when he was inside the Downing home. About 6 p.m., Eddie O'Brien, Ryan Downing, and their friends were seated around the kitchen table making plans for the evening when Janet Downing returned from the grocery shop. And Downing put away the groceries, went into the living room where they lay down on the sofa, where she lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Eddie O'Brien left the kitchen while the others talked. Is there something wrong with you, Mother? O'Brien asked Ryan after he returned to the kitchen and mentioned that his mother was sleeping on the couch. She exhausted from working so hard, Ryan replied. And what about the broken lock? O'Brien asked Downing, pointing to the lock on the door, opening from the kitchen to the deck. Ryan explained it was broken. He showed O'Brien how to move the deadbolt. When the group left the house for the night, O'Brien declined to go with his buddies. I'm going home, he told them. They saw him walking towards his house. Janet Dowden remained home alone. She slept on her couch. The clerk at midnight examined the bloody gash in O'Brien's right hand. He called the police. Detective Sergeant Charles Firmino, the detective in charge of the investigation for the Somerville Police, now Lieutenant Heard, excuse me, I'm just finding my spot. Heard dispatch on his radio while collected evidence at the Downings' home. When Firmino first arrived at the house shortly after the emergency aid call, the water was running in the first floor bathroom sink. Blood stained the floor just outside the bathroom. Firmino tracked the blood trail from it began running on the 4th and 5th stairs down in the stairs through the hallway into the dining room, where he saw the mortally wounded Janet Downing lying on the floor. A trail of blood continued through the kitchen to the cellar. The doorknob to the cellar door and the narrow walls to the stairway were smeared with blood, as though a very large person had tried to speed down the stairway, rubbing both white sheetrock walls with bloody arms on the way down. Bloody and clothing hung on the clothes. This is pretty crazy. Let me see where I'm at on the clothes line in the cellar.
I'm with what the duck though. I see what the duck threw up a comment saying that this is much different than the reports. You know,
In the cellar, leaving a large smear of blood in the clear left of the beam near the clothesline on the way to bolting out of the open cellar door. Just before midnight, as grieving members of Janet Downing's family gathered at Mass General, trying to come to grips with the tragedy, Eddie O'Brien was interviewed by police at Somerville Hospital, where the cut on his right hand was being stitched. He recounted the events of this day. He said he was awakened early, ate breakfast, then down at midnight to put the Sunday newspapers together, back to the house with papers and a Tootsie Roll for his sister, an early afternoon nap in the living room, some television with his grandfather, the former police chief, then to the Downing's house with his friends. I never returned to the Downing home after I left with my friends early in the day. I was not in the Downing home after that. He repeated this to his father investigators. I was mugged in Union Square. The cuts on my leg were caused by a fall on a sidewalk where I was jumped, he added. I cut my hand when I grabbed the knife. One of them was trying to stab me with it, he said. Police doubts about his story were magnified when they returned with Eddie to the place on the sidewalk where he said he was mugged. Police found no blood, no weapon, no signs that a fight occurred. Police asked Eddie O'Brien Sr. for permission to test Eddie's blood. He gave the consent. Blood was swabbed from the 15-year-old's shin. The blood on Eddie O'Brien's leg belonged to Janet Downing. The bloody thumbprint on the cellar beam was his. A bloody fingerprint recovered from the inner front door was his. Both fingerprints were recovered from areas containing his blood and that of Janet Downing. Later investigation revealed that Downing's home was covered with blood of the murder victim and young Eddie O'Brien. You got anything to say? You guys got nothing to say?
I didn't know if Jay was going to say something, but I
No,
mean,
thought you were.
yeah, I mean, it's it's crazy. I mean, it was, it seems like these boys, are saying that they seen this, but it seems like when they were questioned by, the authorities. I mean, I'm sure, it's a mix of the storyline. But when we pick the inconsistencies of the time frames and the different statements that were given, I mean we it just seems broken. It seems broken up in between.
Did a brew and company get investigated? How do we know they weren't involved? I mean, that's a good question. We don't know, right? We don't know.
That's what I said earlier. No one got investigated other than Eddie.
Well, no one else had a cut on their hand, though, either.
And that's
we know of.
And there's and there's the problem. You know, I think to myself, like I mean, I get it. He was probably scared, you know. But like I say to myself, if two guys
Yeah, but when he was
are
at the,
sticking
but
them up,
that's yeah, but when he was, yeah, but you keep forgetting when he was at the hospital, he had a chance to say what happened, and he didn't. Not for 2 days. So let's keep going. Let's keep
yep,
going.
yep.
That's crazy, bro. It's a sunny Friday morning in May, nearly 2 years later. Eddie O'Brien Sr. and his wife Tricia talk about Eddie Jr. This is 2 years later. With calm and even voices, Tricia sits at the kitchen table. O'Brien Sr. stands. He paces nervously, smoking a cigarette in their cluttered Boston Street home. 4 days have passed since Eddie Jr. was officially arraigned. All right, I'm gonna put this up so you guys see what I'm saying, just to make it more official. I probably don't have to, but I will, because I'm working too. I'm trying to make it right. I gotta find the page though. Which one is it? That one, that one, that one. I don't even know if I got this page in here. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one, right? Yeah, there we go. This is the page I'm on, the Midnight Convenient page. Would you believe it? So this is 2 years later. He's been arraigned as an adult and charged in Middlesex Superior Court with the murder of Janet Downing. He's been denied bail, and he has been transferred from the Juvenile Detention Center in Plymouth to the Cambridge lockup. He calls his parents 4 times a day. If we didn't have our faith, we couldn't get through this, Tricia says about the experience. We get a lot of support from our family, friends, neighbors, and many, many people we don't even know. We also receive angry letters and threats from cowards, O'Brien Sr. said. They are a couple under siege, childhood sweethearts, and Somerville lifers swimming against a terrific tide called the power of the state and a potential mountain of damning evidence against their son. For 22 months since this, so this is what? This is August of, well, no, she said May. Yeah, so this is May of 97. For 22 months since the night. No, this is June 18 into July 1st, 97. This article was put together from June 18th to July 1st. I don't know when they talked to him though. Might have been May. For 22 months since the night he was arrested and arraigned as a juvenile in the Somerville District Court, the O'Briens have fought highly publicized legal battle, first to free Eddie on bail, then to maintain his status as a juvenile. Through a complicated battle, 4 judges and 3 defense lawyers later, Eddie O'Brien's juvenile status has been reversed. A decision by the court now being appealed. There is no bail, also a matter of appeal, and he has been arraigned a second time, this time as an adult. What might have been a short prison sentence for a juvenile could turn into a life term without parole if he's convicted. O'Brien pleaded innocent at his arraignment and bail hearing May 19th in Middlesex Superior Court. Courtroom 6B was packed with friends and family of the O'Briens who sat in the front row of the gallery. The Downing family members included her parents, Ruth and Eugene Solomon, and their friends sat behind the O'Briens. These two families and across the street neighbors. Sorry, guys. The small print. Once great friends, raising children together and sharing tribulations of life as they pass through, are at a point of great divide. Dozens of neighbors from Prospect Hill listened intently. A half dozen television cameras and at least that number of newspaper reporters covered the proceedings. With Tricia holding Eddie Sr.'s hand, District Attorney Tom Riley outlined the state's case against their boy, detailing a gruesome crime scene and a possible motive, telling the judge that the state would prove Eddie had an abnormal interest in Janet Downing. He said the crime was one of sexual sadism and incredible savagery. Eddie O'Brien is the murderer of Janet Downing. His blood was found everywhere in Janet Downing's home. Her blood was found on him. Witnesses placed him there at the time of the attack. We're going to try him as an adult and convict him and send him away for the rest of his life. Riley said so many words, pointing his finger at the accused. Eddie Bryan is a very dangerous young man. He's in the adult system now. He's going to be treated like any other adult accused of murder. He is in the adult system. He belongs in the adult prison, Riley concluded. Eddie O'Brien Jr., now 6'6", 260 pounds, 17-year-old, listened impassively with his hands clasped, resting on his lap. The arraignment that had been sought by the state for 2 years took 15 minutes. His innocent plea was taken. Bail was denied. Eddie was taken from the courtroom by court officers and led to his cell in the Cambridge lockup. The O'Briens are filled with fight and denial. They are distraught and disappointed with the court system. They feel the court of public opinion has already convicted their son. Despite convincing blood evidence and eyewitness accounts placing him leaving the Downers house, they believe in their son's innocence. He was a normal kid in every way, large but normal. He was always a big kid. He has a deep faith. We also thought that he would become a priest. He seemed to have the interest in that. Then he wanted to be a Top Gun Air Force pilot, like the one that played by Tom Cruise, Ed O'Brien Sr. said of his son. Now he wants to be an FBI agent, he added, ironically. A tour of Eddie Jr.'s tiny bedroom on the second floor of the O'Brien home reveals file cabinets filled with baseball cards and sporting magazines, pictures and signed posters of his hero Larry Bird, and one poster with a crucifix hanging on top of it, showing Bobby Orr in midair after scoring the Stanley Cup winning goal for the Bruins in 1970. It dominates the wall by his window. Right? I'm gonna go to the next page. This shit's crazy. This
Good
is
old
all
Bruins.
this.
Bobby Orr, good old Bruins and shit.
You guys still with me out there?
Hell yeah.
Yes, sir.
Everybody still with me?
God
How am I doing? Am I doing all right?
Doing
God
great,
damn.
man. We're doing great.
All right, man. This is Pot 29, man.
Pot 29, politics as usual, people.
All right, so Bobby Orr. All right, it's crazy. It's hard to read this shit. This is what I'm reading. If you
I
guys
know.
can see it, I'm zooming into it. So in the so it's pointed. They say in the direction of the Downing house. Eddie O'Brien is the second oldest in the family of 5. He has 4 sisters. He weighed 8 pounds and 7 ounces when he was born. He grew quickly from the first grade through the 6th. He attended St. Joseph School. He went on St. Clements in the 7th and 8th grades. He then to Boston's Don Bosco High School. His parents, Eddie Sr., works in the mailroom for Harvard University. Trisha is a minister at St. Joe's. Says he was just a normal, healthy kid trying to grow up. His grades could have been better at school. He played Little League and basketball, and he volunteered at the now defunct Prospect Hill Nursing Home. He helped the elderly with bingo. Trisha O'Brien recalled, "That's the kind of kid Eddie is." Eddie Sr. continued where his wife left off. He's always been a good kid. I'm very proud of him. He didn't drink. He didn't take drugs. The basketball was literally sewn onto him, he said with a laugh. And he had a good sense of humor. He's a prankster, a hot ticket, his father said. Then there was silence. The small kitchen grew uncomfortably quiet. Tricia spoke up again. Suffolk studying. Did I miss something? Hold on. Lost in all this, she said, is the fact that I knew Janet Downer for 18 years. We were friends. She was a good person. Near the end, in the days and weeks before her murder, she was afraid for her life. Yes, she was afraid she was going to be murdered. Here we go. In a living room with polished oak floor dominated by a couch with large television console facing it and a lamp table displaying dozens of pictures of her dead mother, Erin Downing, 22, and her sister, 23, Carrie Ann, tell about her feelings for the O'Briens and their mother. We don't feel bad for the O'Briens anymore. The lives made up about my mother and the way they're willing to lie for Eddie. How can they do it? It's sickening. I don't know how they sleep at night. Erin wondered out loud. She's a senior. I gotta go to the top of this madness. At Suffolk, studying to be a journalist. Would you believe it? She's a journalist, like James Jackson.
God damn.
Carrie Ann works for the registry on the North Shore. Carrie Ann Downing's first floor apartment and 3-family house in Lynn. Wow, Carrie Ann Downing's first floor apartment and 3-family house in Lynn on the Saugus line is immaculate. a trait she apparently picked up from her mother. Would you believe it?
God
She lived
damn,
right.
that's my
She
neck
lived.
of the woods.
I was just gonna say she lived right down the street from you, son.
So how come there's no information if she owns a home?
Well, it
They should
doesn't say
show
she.
some proud.
It doesn't say she owned the house. It said her first floor apartment
Oh,
in a
all right, my bad.
in a 3-family house in Lynn on the Saugus line is immaculate. Eddie O'Brien doesn't have a mental problem. Nothing's wrong with his brain. He's just evil. I watched him in the courtroom. He shows no emotion. I like to hit him on the head until his brain explodes, Aaron added. God damn, Aaron. Why do you think what do you think about the O'Brien's fate? The O'Briens are just trying to enhance their church going image. These people are not who they appear to be. What they know about the crime and Eddie's participation in it. I can't believe they want him back in the house with 4 young daughters. They're sick, if you ask me, Aaron said. The loss of their mother has turned their lives upside down. They said their mother was sensitive but strict, a no-nonsense type who didn't mince words when something bothered her. Born in Cambridge in 1953, raised on Walden Street, Janet Downing was the third oldest of 5 children with 3 brothers and a sister. Her father, a retired postal worker who also worked at the Charlestown Navy Yard. It was a traditional American family with a father earning the money and a mother at home with the kids. A Cambridge High School graduate, she married Paul Downing, also a postal worker, when she was 19. Hopes were high when they bought the turn of the century wooden duplex on the corner of Boston and Hamlet and raised their family, 4 children, including a set of fraternal twins, Paul, Ryan, and 2 daughters, Carrie Ann and Erin. In 1985, after 14 years of marriage, Janet and Paul separated to ultimately divorce in 87. She suffered minor nervous breakdown following the divorce, but quickly recovered and went to work for Harvard Health and clerical worker in the Method office. My mother did everything for us. She never lied for her kids. Her dreams and her desires were private things, but I knew she wanted to get out of Somerville bad. She wanted to move. She said Somerville was getting too violent. Erin said she fingered through the picture album showing her mother as a baby, as a 10-year-old, as a beautiful teenager, when her life stretched before her like an endless dream. Both girls sighed. Hmm. Now this is 1997, people. This is what they're feeling in 97, and we got to be mindful of it. We can't just like not be mindful of it. They're saying that they're sick people. Basically, Eddie did this shit, and the parents just was about image. I mean, do you think they would still be on this road 30 years later? You think that, like, what do you think, Kev? And what's up with
I mean,
Eddie? And what's up with Eddie not having any emotion, though? He doesn't have no emotion.
well,
He didn't have no emotion.
No, I mean, it's, I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, they're gonna have to relive this to understand it like this, the way we're seeing it. They need to go through it, and I mean that's what you potentially, you know, they're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to go through this again and find out that these are the things that were held back. These are the things that weren't tested. These are the things. I mean, they were young too, and their life changed as we're saying. Like you got to think about you know the kids and not having a mom. Dad's already divorced and moved on, got a new wife. I mean, they were forced to be adults at a young age. And I mean, I don't know whether that's them being forced to make adult decisions.
Yeah, but Karen is someone just, Miss 808 says Karen didn't have emotion either, remember? I would say that's a little different though. Because Karen A was older, right?
Yeah.
She was older. And even if the worst case scenario, Karen did back up and hit John and left him there, she did that shit by accident. She was pissed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying like it wasn't a murder. You know what I mean? Like, even if that was the case and they charged her with murder, that was wrong. That was the wrong charge. And then her parents, I mean, she didn't have emotion, but she did have like she was a woman though. Like this is a 15-year-old kid. He doesn't have no emotion at all though, not one thing. Like being from an altar boy, like so accepting of it. Like I don't know. Like,
well, think of all the shit that he didn't get no breaks on from the second he got arrested for this. Think of all the chances he thought he was going to get.
Another thing too is Karen. That's who Karen is though. Like, you know what I'm saying? We don't know how Eddie is. You know what I mean? I'm just answering you, Miss Ada Way. I get what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just adding to what you're saying. Like, to parallel it to like Karen, I feel like she was older and that's who she was. Like if people knew Karen, they would say, yeah, that's just who she is, right? But like with Eddie, what do we know about him? Like, okay, they're gonna say that's the way he is. Like, we never got a chance to see him. And now he turned into the same way Karen turned into a lawyer, and that's the way she kind of comes off now. Like, you know, just her whole flight in life, plight, whatever the plight, right? Is that the right word? Her whole mission in life. Is that the right word? Am I saying something crazy? Plight? Let me Google that shit. Am I right about that? Or am I fucking losing my mind?
I was gonna say I would agree with Jermaine. Jermaine wrote something up in the chat, and he said, you know, you're instructed to have, you know, no emotion in a courtroom. You know, and I would agree with that because I mean, we're talking about a murder trial. I mean, when I watch murder trials on TV, which I watch a lot of that court shit, you know, and I've been for years. I mean, you notice a lot of these people that, you know, plead the fifth or remain or choose not to speak or not to testify. They're like looking down at a piece of paper, writing down the whole shit. You know, they're instructed. There's certain ways that, you know.
Yeah, but he never once even looked at his friends and be like, I didn't kill your mother. You know what I mean? I didn't do this to your mother, Brian. You know me, man. You fucking know me, dude. I didn't do this shit. I didn't do this shit, bro.
I get it. But I mean, would that have helped him? I mean, or would that have showed?
I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you gotta think about it. I mean, I don't know. Is that being short fused, man? Proclaiming your innocence?
No, I mean, I get it. I mean, emotionally, if you were emotionally attached to that, to those, you know, if you were emotionally attached to that person, then, I mean, I get it. It seemed like all his friends turned on him, bro.
Renee, that shit sounds good what you're saying, but that's not reality what you're saying. It sounds good. It sounds good, but Eddie got some explaining to do. Point blank, period. That shit don't make no sense. He knows right from wrong. He was 15 years old, man. He was hanging around with the OGs. I don't want to hear that shit. He even says it. He even says it in the interview right here. Look at how he talks in the interview. He says it right here, man. Yo, Eddie, man. One thing you're not going to do, you ain't going to play J.F.K. I could tell you that right now. That's never going to happen. So, and I mean that with all due respect, because, you know, I've been seeing the email, seeing the way you talk, and seeing that.
Look at the evidence. You'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
Hold on, I got the wrong shit here. Hold on. You guys got me all fucked up. Everybody's fired.
God damn.
God damn, I just got hired.
You didn't even get an extra vacation day and shit.
God damn, son.
God damn.
Hold on, here we go. Like right here. Like peep this.
God damn.
Look, watch this part.
Behind bars to bring you this exclusive interview.
Did you kill Janet Downing?
Absolutely not.
Eddie O'Brien was just 15 years old when he was charged with killing his best friend's mother.
Is the defendant guilty or not guilty? Guilty.
Convicted and sentenced to life in prison without parole,
That looked like
O'Brien has
emotion
always
to me.
maintained his innocence, but hasn't spoken publicly in nearly 20 years until now.
So you're adamant you didn't kill Janet?
Very adamant. And if you really look at the evidence, you'll see the truth.
What's the truth?
The truth is that I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Janet Downing was murdered inside her home in the summer of 1995. The single mom stabbed more than 90 times. Her teenage son, who was O'Brien's friend, found her body. O'Brien, a former altar boy and the grandson of the city's longtime police chief, lived across the street from the Downings. He became a suspect after police doubted his story that he'd been mugged the same night as the murder. In court,
Dash, he's not you. Is that towards me that he's not me? You must be new here, man. This is part 29. This is part 29. Do your homework. Remember who's bringing this case to the forefront. Remember who started talking about it first. And I talked about this last year. He's
Just
not me.
Tell me, man, if you need it, man.
No, I don't need it. But I'm just saying, like, I get all that. That's not the point. The point is, right? When you're in there for 30 years and you find a loophole in your case, right? You find a loophole in your case, right? And I don't know. Is this something that he wanted? Like, it's he. Look at the 911 call. You know, listen to the 911
O'Brien,
call.
a former altar boy and the grand.
Yeah.
Janet Downing was murdered inside her home in the summer of 1995. The single mom stabbed more than 90 times. Her teenage son, who was O'Brien's friend, found her body. O'Brien, a former altar boy and the grandson of the city's longtime police chief, lived across the street from the Downings. He became a suspect after police doubted his story that he'd been mugged the same night as the murder.
And I just got jumped. Now keep in mind, regardless of how you look at it, right? If that just happened, he just got jumped, that's cool. But he just came from Janet's house and he just got a knife put to his neck and he just seen her dead. And that's his kid, and he just helped her with the groceries that day. Like, that's the problem, man. That is the problem. Like, that's always gonna be the problem. And I'm going back in the space and time, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to understand what I'm doing. I'm reading the Improper Bostonian from 1997. My mindset is 1997 right now. My mindset is that space and time. And obviously it reflects to now because it just is what it is, because some things hasn't changed as far as the story goes. But that's the reason why. Right? I don't know why Adi didn't get talked to. We're the one that broke Adi. We don't get it. Why is Adi lying? But can two things be true? You know? And why? And if he got the knife to his neck, did he know it was Adi? And then the question is, has Adi ever came to Midnight Variety? Right? Does he know Adi? Like, there's so many things. And why not say Adi? Why not say that from the jump? Or did he ever have the chance? And like I said, when someone says he's not me, I've been talking about this forever. You know, this is part 29. I say in so many of the episodes, did he even have time? Did he even have a chance to tell his story? Did he tell a lie? And when he wanted to tell the truth, he didn't get a chance to make it right in 30 years past? I don't know. Are we going to hear the truth? Are we going to hear a different story? Or is he going to stick with, I don't know what happened. All I know is I got a knife to my neck. And the thing is, if that's what it is, right, Kevin J. Brill, if he like legit sticks with this story, are you still, do you like, okay, we all know it's run the DNA. It's run the DNA, but here's a killer. Here's a killer. And I told Jay Brill this. 2 days before this happened, she got in a fight with her son, right?
Yep.
What if she scratched her son and she had that DNA underneath her fingernails from her son from 2 days prior?
Yeah, but you think the DNA will still be there after showering and everything else? I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
I don't know. I don't know. Is that, but I'm saying, what if it was? What if they found out? Like, what if him and his father right? Because they went to his dad, they went to Big Ed about it to take care of because Paul hit Janet,
Right.
right? And so now he finds out, Paul hit. They get in a fight. Did she scratch him, claw him? You motherfucker! Scratch his back. Who knows? Scratched him somewhere. His hands. How the fuck dare you? Ah! My grandmother used to pinch me and shit. Randy, like little pinches, like do weird shit. She was crazy. But the point is, I don't know. Did she claw him? And then he knows that, and now it comes out there's other DNA underneath the nails, and Big Ed's like, that's probably from Paul. So let's create this story because you'll think about the story Paul says too. Oh, when Paul walked out the house, he looked at me funny. He looked at me weird. He looked at me so scared and bugged out, and then he went swimming and jumped in the ocean. You know what I mean? Is this a plot to run that DNA? It comes back to Paul, and Paul got to explain that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then the question is, and like I said, this is a Hold on. Do I got to do a disclaimer?
Disclaimer.
Because people are gonna hate JFK now. They're gonna say, "How JFK, you fucked up. You're saying he did it." No, I'm not doing that. I'm being realistic. The disclaimer. I'm saying, is that logical? Is that even is that even a right train of thought? Is it too late? Am I on pot 29? It's 11:51. Am I off? Am I totally tripping? Is that not? I don't know, but I'm going on what Aaron Downing just said. I can't believe that they're sticking up for their son. They actually want him home any means necessary just because it's their son and they're church going people and they don't want that look. And the question is, would they still be like that all these years later? Would they still die on that hill? These are the questions you got to ask yourself. But then it's just like, is there something wrong with Eddie? Like, why wouldn't he just say anything? Why wouldn't he say nothing at the time? Is he a liar? But then you go about the truth serum, though. You think about the truth serum, and he still said no about all that. But is he that slick? Is he that diabolical? I don't know. This
Well,
case
I mean,
is crazy.
To speak on that, we don't know, did Eddie act a little younger than he was?
It doesn't seem like it.
Well,
That doesn't seem like that. It seems the opposite, bro. It
well,
seems
you
like
hear,
he acted more older. If
well,
you
no,
ask me,
you hear Margot. When she said she first started going there and talking to him, that he was, he'd be blushing. He had a hard time, getting comfortable.
yeah, but
That might be a
Everybody,
diagnosis too.
everybody that I talked to about Ed said he was mentally younger than a 15-year-old.
but he did adult shit though, bro. He was going down there and he was out there doing papers. He was going to Burger King at 9:30 at night, 9 o'clock at night. What
That's
time did he leave?
teenage
9.
shit. That's not
Yeah,
adult
that's
shit. That's teenage.
but still, he still was 15. Still, but you're talking about 1995, my dude.
Yeah,
You
but
know what I mean?
I was
Going to
12.
Union Square.
I was 12 riding my bike friggin' 5 miles to get a pack of cigarettes.
There
You
you
know what I'm
go.
saying?
And that's but I'm saying so but that's still we're not saying so you're saying that he has to be an adult to stab her?
No,
I didn't say that. Don't get me wrong. Like that Chisholm, like you always compare
Yeah,
the
but I'm
Chisholm
saying
to,
like there
but
was
anything can
15.
happen.
But I'm saying at 15, man, he knew. My point is he knew right from wrong, and if he made his mind up to do something crazy like that, then that's what he did. I mean, that's not like out the realm of possibilities as far as what I'm saying is to concoct a story. Like you just said, I went all the way 5 miles to buy a pack of cigarettes. You figured out a way to get what you wanted. Was he that diabolical as far as saying, all right, I did this, I jumped out the bushes, I'm gonna get rid of this, get rid of that, go to midnight convenience and just, I'm gonna no sell it. Like he's that slick to do that. In his mind, I can get away with this. Did he have that in him? I don't know. I don't know the guy. I don't know him.
Right. No,
One
I
would
get
say based on his
that's true.
age, you would say, nah, there's no way. But keep in mind, I was with him in 1997 and I seen him. And
Well,
I seen him. And
Becky G threw up something in the chat. Maybe you can highlight that. She mentioned something about, in 1997 when when he had that interview, he didn't seem like he acted younger.
That's what I'm saying. Well, at that point, he had a couple of years in, and he got a little older. I'm saying like that I don't know. Like, did he have like? And back to what I said. Listen to this interview right here. What he says right here. How he talks.
In court process.
Well, it was almost the last day. I was always under the impression that I was going to testify and I was going to tell my story.
Why didn't you?
Well, it was almost the last day of the trial when I was just told, don't worry, they didn't prove their case, so you don't have to testify.
Here is the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center, a maximum security prison. At 6'6" and well over 200 pounds, O'Brien is a 35-year-old man now who has spent more than half his life in prison.
It might be weird to say, but I consider myself lucky. I had some good guys who took me under their wings.
Who has spent more than half his life in prison.
It might be weird to say, but I consider myself lucky. I had some good guys who took me under their wings, and they showed me the ropes on how to do time.
See, Big Eddie O'Brien's mad at me now. Ain't nobody saying anything. We're talking in 1997. This is what I'm saying, right? You know, I run a show here, and I speak on what I hear and what I go on. He says he got good guys here in 1997. You cannot put it out the realm of possibility that if he found a loophole in his case, that he's gonna fight the case. You know what I'm saying? Like, I come with good guys and this and that. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, like, is there a way of that DNA? Is there another swerve to the DNA? You know what I mean? Is there another swerve to get him out by the DNA? That's what I'm trying to say. Big Ed thinks I'm an asshole now because I said Paul, this and that. But I'm just trying to say, like, why are the Downings not, like, why would they not think it could be Artie? Why would they not think it could be somebody else? Why are they focusing on Ed in 1997?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And you need to make one thing clear to everybody, regardless where we're at, we have to get to the truth. And if the truth is talking about the inconsistencies with Eddie, we have to do that. You know, like, we have to get to the truth, and that's the only way we're gonna do it, by weeding out all the lies. So everyone has to understand that we're not saying it's Eddie. We're not saying it's not Eddie, but we do have to do our due diligence to find the truth.
Well, if you want Erin to come up here, Mr. Ed O'Brien, and you want her to come up here, and you want Eddie Ryan, and you want Eddie the family members to come up, you don't want them to feel like we're on a biased side, though, too, right? You know what I mean? To break the news to them about Adi and speak about Adi's inconsistencies and see what they say about that. The only way that's going to happen if you have an open mind. You know, and I did the same thing with Karen Reed. I did the same fucking thing. The thing is, it came to a point that we went over the case so many times, the preponderance of evidence. Okay, did she hit him or she didn't hit him? All right, but based on the Higgins phone call, then Higgins called in lying about his name. At that point, you're on the side of her. You know that she didn't do it. The dog bites on the arm. Now, I would love to say that Eddie didn't do this. I would love to say it right off the bat, but I can't take that right off the rip. I can't say that right now because he was cut on his hand. And then he said he got jumped. You heard the 911 call. He said, hey, I got jumped. Someone tell him he got jumped. Then he said in the hospital, allegedly, that, you know, I never went back to Ryan's house. I never did anything like that. Like, it's like that is the part that is the why, you know, and there's really no explanation towards it. And if he stays on that same story, that's a hard story for anybody to sell. I mean, for the bite on, other than the fact that he was 15 years old and that he would have never did this at 15. I don't know. I feel like if you were 15, you could put your mind to something and do it. That's what I feel. Because I was 15 doing wild shit. Now, I wasn't a killer, but I did some wild shit that I shouldn't have did. You just said you drove 5 miles to get cigarettes.
Yeah, I did. But also, I had a different mentality than Eddie. You know, I caused trouble. I got into fights. I did bad things. He didn't, that we know of. You know, he was an altar boy. He sold newspapers. Like, I get everything you say. Trust me. I sit here and I just listen and I take everything in. And like, it's true. The humps that we have to get over, him getting jumped, you know, we'll find out if he does send me that document, if it's factual or not, if it's a legitimate statement, you know, if he's going to use that in his Rule 30, we don't know, but it's just, no.
Yeah,
I love it though. I love
definitely hurdles though,
I-
you know.
there's hurdles, and I get it. I understand Big Ed is, is gonna jump out and say that. That's cool, and that's his chat. It's his chat, his opinion. He can say whatever he wants. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate him, and read Margot's book. Someone told me. You really? How about this? I had Margot Nash on here. I don't need to read her book. Why don't you go check out the episode? I
3 or
already
4,
read
I
her
think.
book. I'm just saying, like, that's the thing. You can't curate. You guys, like, here's the thing about the chat. Y'all can take whatever side you want to take, right? But you got to say to yourself, right? You can never ever mistake that Janet Downing got stabbed 98 times. You can't say Artie did that. You don't know Artie good enough to say he did that, though. Like, you got to be fair to Adi. You can't say Adi did that shit. Like, oh, Adi did that. Why? Based on because he's lying about some shit? I don't know. 98 times he did all that. He's Jason Voorhees out this bitch. You know what I'm saying?
The only factual thing about Artie we could say is he's a liar.
That's a fact. And that's the first step to figure out why he's lying.
Exactly.
That's the first step to figure out why he's lying. Why would he lie? And why would they put it on them? And then all is that deflection. Now to decide what is Aaron and all them deflecting on what they really think? Are they saying that they're like that O'Brien's are so mental that they want him to be out just because they want an image? Are they really saying that because their brothers or their family are the ones who did this and they want to protect their image? Is that like projection? You know what I'm saying? On what they're doing. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
does she have a hunch it was Ryan? Like, you know what I mean? And now she's just like, no way it would be Ryan, but let me project it onto them. I mean, it's just a crazy, crazy
The
story.
one thing that got me with Michelle, she said she's best friends with Aaron. And she swore that Ryan was nowhere near the house. And then she swore that Ryan's father brought him to the house. Like, that's not even true. So was Aaron sitting next to you when you were writing that to me before you said you loved Ed? Did she come into the picture and then you flip your script on what happened? Because that's what it really sounded like to me. Like, you read it. She was all, oh, I love Ed and this and that. She went to visit him. Well, she never said that, but she loved the family. She didn't think it was him, but then all of a sudden at the end of the conversation, it was him and Big Ed. Like, how do you change like that?
If Ed was on the spectrum, that would explain a lack of eye contact, not showing emotion, all symptoms of being on the spectrum. Agree.
And his lawyer even told us that they directed him not to show emotion too through the court trial.
And I believe that.
Keith Nicholson said that on the live.
And Keith Nicholson also said he doesn't think he's guilty.
Right.
And I believe that because without him, with him making emotions and reacting to the negativity or his friends, seeing his friends again stand up there and not make eye contact with him. I mean, let me tell you something. I mean, that's.
And let me just say something, Big Ed, because since you're in the chat, right, and you didn't like what I said, right? Let me just say this, right? Ed, you came on the show and you said that Paul Downing was acting funny. Did he not say that, Jay Bro?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I see you on the courthouse. I see you on the courthouse on 3rd Street saying Adi did it. And if anybody's
Yeah,
blind,
but if you listen right before, she said that the son was in the house too.
I
And
know,
then
but what
she
I'm
said
saying
already
is,
killed him.
so both of them did it. This is what I'm saying. Like, I understand they can't speak on it, but what I'm trying to say is, like, I'm going on when I say, like, is there a reason why? Is there a reason why, like, they're so adamant about who they're gonna find? Like, do they have an idea who they're gonna, like, if you were gonna say right now who you're gonna find underneath that fingernail, do they think it's gonna be Paul, Ryan, or Adi? Everybody right now, if they run that DNA in the chat, drop a name. Who are they finding? Whose DNA is it? If you had to pick from Ryan, Paul, or Adi, whose DNA is it? Right now, if you were gonna pick.
All three.
Becky's saying it's Paul. Adi, Paul. So we think Paul did this shit? This is what I'm saying. Paul? God damn, a lot of Pauls, man. Adi and Paul.
Well, do you think
Ryan
Paul
and
could have
Adi.
done it? You think Paul could have done it and then reached out to Adi for help?
Paul Sr.? God damn, Pags.
You know, and there's another guy that's never really been dragged into this.
Who was gay? God damn. A lot of Pauls, man. Yeah, but then you got to say to yourself, so Erin Downing and her family is protecting Paul. So all the stuff they're saying about the O'Briens, is they really saying about themselves? I feel Adi's so full of shit. If he claims he's so innocent, why not just do the DNA test? He didn't want to. Adi and Paul covering for each other. But if that's the case, then without a shadow of a doubt, Eddie knew who put the knife to his neck and told him to get the fuck out. So does that make not for nothing? This like why wouldn't he say it was Paul or Eddie? I mean Paul or Adi. Why? Why wouldn't he say that? He was scared of Paul? There's the question. Like, that's the part, like, I feel that everybody's glossing over. I feel like that's the part. You know? That's the reason what made me think about, with Karen with Higgins. I just never understood why she never said, yeah, I was seeing a guy named Higgins. He was an ATF agent. And, he came to my house. He called me weed whacker girl. She never mentioned that, for whatever reason. And when you really think about that could have killed her. That honestly could have got her found guilty. That shit right there.
Yeah.
Because people would have said, like, you know what? Even if they know she didn't hit him with the car, they just think that she had something to do with it. Like, you didn't mention it. You dropped them off there. Fuck it. You're guilty of something. Right? And it could have went that way. Because that's how people are.
Yep.
Right? I mean, and listen, I'm not saying everything I'm saying is right. Be clear. I'm a flawed human being. These are just my opinions. But I'm just saying, everybody's saying Paul and Adi, right? I mean, why wouldn't Eddie just say it was Paul and Adi?
I'm gonna let you know when I talk to Big Ed, and I put that idea of Ryan in his head. Now you got to remember, since the day one, they thought it was Artie. All right. So when I talk to them about Ryan, that area is stuck in his head. Like, he's like, why didn't I ever think of Ryan? Because Ryan was traumatized because of what he saw. No one ever thought about him doing that. And till this day, like, until I see something that,
because he's not a snitch. Oh my God, man. Come on. Because he's not a snitch.
They could have been down with that Senate crew.
Oh,
and he, like,
I mean, so you got to pick it. Is he a fucking altar boy or is he thugging out?
I'm
listen,
not
ladies
saying,
and gentlemen, listen, chat, I'm engaging with you guys. We got listen, and Big Ed could be mad at me and try to cancel me. It's all good. But Big Ed, there's 285 eyeballs. It's Pot 29. We've been talking about your son for a month. And believe me when I tell you, I said a lot more good things about your son than I ever said bad about your son. That's number one. Number two, I uncovered a lot of things. I have to say what I got to say. This is my approach, right? Ed, right? The same way you want me to trust your process about your legal ways, your process, do me a favor. Let me handle the internet shit. Let me handle my process, right? Just let me do that. That's what I do, right? That's how I do it. So just please, without the, oh, you're coming, it's wrong what you do. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong with what I'm saying, because I cannot get on the side of anybody and I never did it with John O'Keefe. I was probably the only fucking channel every night saying R.I.P. John O'Keefe. I am not gonna say, oh, it was Herminati, Paul, and this one, and this one did it, and this one did it, and act like, okay, they went in and did this horrendous crime, and we need to let him out. Okay, regardless of the matter is, Eddie has reasonable doubt. Regardless, he should have a new trial, and he has reasonable doubt. Now, guess what? By the interest of justice, behind that DNA and all that, and behind how much time he did in jail, and he did good in jail, and all these different things, I'm gonna be 100% real. He doesn't have a bad institutional record. He should get out on parole. He's a client for parole. He doesn't do bad in jail. He's in Gardner buffing and waxing floors, doing the right thing, so to speak. He should get out on parole. But what you got to understand is, if he did do this, would you want a guy like that who did a crime like that out on the street? Like, that type of crime right there is weirdo shit. And not only would he have got away with it, anybody, whether it's Adi, whether it's Paul, whoever got away with a crime like that, that's weirdo shit. And I can assure you that they did that crime prior. They did a crime similar to it. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like, you can never, it's not like, oh, let Eddie out. Okay, but what about the girl who got stabbed 98 times, man? What about that girl? 98 fucking times. We're going to assume that Adi and Paul went in there with this crazy mindset to stab her that many times and do it. That's where we're at with this shit. Like, this is where our mind's taking us. I mean, them are big accusations, man. That's all I'm saying. Them are big, because if that's the case, if it was Paul and it was Adi, then Eddie knew who it was, and he could have just said it. And that's what Michelle's saying, right? Brilliant.
Yeah,
that's what she's saying.
That's what she said. Why wait all this time? Why not say it to get out of jail if you didn't do it?
Okay, and listen, we talk about Riley. I just read so many pages. I'm about to finish up that story. I'm talking from I'll say it again. I'm talking from the mindset of 1997. I'm trying to get in their minds. We reached out. You reached out to Aaron. We reached out to Paul. We reached out to Mark. We reached out to that whole other side. They don't want to open up at all. We want them on here. We want to be able to have them on this channel to say, listen, there was another guy there that night with a taxi. There was a girl named Gina and a girl named Mary, right? And Virginia Reckley, who all said that Janet said that she was afraid for her life and that she was afraid of Adi. And then in 1990, did you know in 1998, 2005, he put a knife to your aunt's neck, Carol. Did you know that? And we need to fill them in on this and see what they say and see what their response is. But we can't do that if we just, you know what I mean? If the perception is that we don't care about Janet. We just want Eddie free. Because in all, Eddie should have a second trial. He should. But technically, if he did this crime, he could get out, right? He, like, based on the evidence of how this investigation is and the juvenile loopholes and all these different things, if he was the one that did it, he could still get out, even if he did this crime. And that's the truth of it.
Right. And let's be clear, we're doing this for justice for Janet. And it just so happens that it kind of looks like Eddie didn't do it. But there's all those hills that we got to get over.
I mean, the DNA underneath the fingernails says it all. Run the fucking DNA. Run the DNA. But I just want to know, is it a possibility if she got in a fight with Paul 2 days later, or if she got in a fight with anybody an hour before? If she was in Market Basket scrapping with the deli chick.
Well,
You know what I mean?
and that's where I come in with, when I read that report that was submitted, from Michelle Cameron. On the very bottom of the report, it said that her mother, Paul Jr., Paul's stepmother, they were all present. And when they went to the hospital, this is a statement from Michelle's brother that Paul said to his mother, "Ma, I'm sorry for fighting with you earlier. I don't think I locked the front door."
But we believe in that, Ryan. We believe that Ryan's lying when he said,
"But when
how do you unlock this door and things like that?" Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, that's where I want to get at. I mean, when I hear a statement like that, when I hear someone talking, it sounds like Ryan has a little remorse. Like, "Ma, I'm sorry for fighting with you earlier today. I don't think I locked the front door." He ain't getting a response from his mother. His mother's gone. But what's happening is now that makes me think that something happened between them two earlier in the night, because he's speaking on it. Not from 2 days ago. "Ma, I'm sorry the other day we fought or argued." No, it was, "Ma, I'm sorry for fighting with you earlier. I don't think I locked the front door." I mean, that's just something that always stuck out with me.
My bad. Push the wrong button.
And you got to, I mean, and not that I'm circling back, but I mean, you got to remember, man. Let's talk about 1995 with Paul being gay. I'm sure that wasn't an easy fight. I'm sure that's probably part of the reason why.
Yeah, but bro, we're gonna say that Paul Downing, because he was gay, killed his mother.
Well, it's either you got someone that's accepting it or someone that's rejecting it. And what if fucking Janet was rejecting Paul's sexuality? I mean, she was getting rejected for switching her faith. We just don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just want to throw that out there. We don't know that temperature.
Nah, she was rejected. Remember, we already know. She went to Ed. We talked to Jeannie. She was chilling with 2 dudes at Service Merchandise, 2 older dudes. Right? We heard all that.
I don't think it's more the fact that he was gay. I think it was more the fact that he was messing with older men. That was the issue with her, is the older men, not him being gay.
Probably him being gay. Him
father,
being gay too, though. I would assume.
the father had the issue with him being gay, from what I understand.
Yeah.
But like when my mother passed, my brother and my mother never got along. They always fought, like, bad. My whole life, they always fought. And I can relate to what Paul did, because he did fight with her, because my brother did the same thing. Like, my brother's older than me, and he cried like a little bitch because the guilt inside of him that he can never apologize to my mother for how he treated her, until this day it eats him up. Like, I'm different because I was always there for my mother. I did everything for her, even though I didn't want to. I wasn't the best son, but I was always there for her. I did anything and everything she needed me to do. And that's why I'm at peace with myself, But him, he's till this day, he still beats himself up over it. So I get why Paul did what he did at the hospital, but
yeah.
I honestly, I don't think Paul had enough time to do that, and clean up and all that.
But here's the thing. Let's say here's another fact, though. Let's go with the facts, man. Ryan and Paul was 17. So if you're gonna say that Eddie was too young to do a crime like that, why are you saying 2 17-year-olds would do it?
I'm not saying Eddie's too
Not
young to
you.
do it.
No, but I'm saying, like, That's what I'm reading in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like he's
Mm-hmm.
15, he would never, but yet Paul would, but he's 17. I mean, what's the difference between 15 and 17? I mean, you know what I mean? And he was hanging out with the two 17-year-olds, so obviously they thought he was cool enough to be around. Any of us can agree to disagree, no worries. I think he was forced into being thick-skinned, plus he was the older brother. I don't know. Thank you, Miss 808.
What?
Norman Corey said, do you find it odd where they said Ed was in the bushes and where the cop found the cab key? Yeah, I do. I find everything to do with the cab, everything we investigated, 30 years, cat hairs, fake. I find all that fucking crazy to the
Some
point where my belief is if they run the DNA based on all them lies, it's going to be Adi's fucking DNA. He admitted to the shit hanging on the cellar basement. He admitted all them things. So that's where I'm at with it. I just don't understand how like we could just like say, all right, but it could be someone else too. Well, no, to me, it can only be two people. It's either Ed did it or Adi did it. That's where I'm at with it. And now the only reason why I don't think Adi did it, I don't think Ed did it, is because if you were gonna say why don't you think Ed did it, I would think that for some reason or another, in that midnight convenience, the people that he was hanging around told him to shut his mouth. That would be my belief. I don't think he got jumped. I think it's bullshit. I don't believe it. And if he sticks with the story, he's doing it because he has to at this point. But I don't believe that story. I just don't. I think something happened, and when it happened, someone told him not to say something. Yo, that's not your business. Forget that. Shut up. Don't say nothing. Da da da. And whoever's did that, and whoever you are who told him not to say nothing, you fucked him.
in a lot of
Period.
places down there have mob ties too. I heard.
That's what I would assume. That's what I would assume because then it makes me feel a lot easier that he never got jumped and then that he just was scared and that's what happened. But then when you say nah, but he did get jumped, that did happen. We got the affidavit and this and that, and then now I'm like, all right, but now the shorts were wet. Why were the shorts so wet? You know what I mean? What
It
and
was
then
90
why would
degrees though, and he did walk a long way.
And you can blow the fire and see, and that's and you know we've talked about this, and like him reacting with two people fucking holding him up with a knife
why wouldn't he
shows that he
react in the
wasn't.
house?
I mean, he. It's not like he was scared and cowered down and just get stabbed. I mean, he reacted. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so it kind of blows that whole, I'm scared fucking bullshit out of the way. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
sucks.
It does. He said he protected his life. So why wouldn't he protect his life in there after seeing Janet? He helps her
Exactly.
with groceries. Why wouldn't he try to help her getting after fucking seeing her bleeding? He's not a doctor. He doesn't know if she's dead. You know what I'm saying? So
And I
why
get
wouldn't
it.
he go all out?
And I mean, so and it's and supposedly threatens his family and shit like that. I mean that can be traumatic. But I mean,
Honestly,
for him to hear, for him to hear someone tell him that. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you got your eyes closed, you're gonna know that voice. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but the story was even bigger though inside Somerville. It wasn't just he got stabbed and he got stuck. They said, now you've seen my face, and then they stuck him. And Michelle said the same thing. Why would they stick him in the hand? Why wouldn't they stick him somewhere else? Like this girl Michelle had a lot of questions, right? And she was there. And these are the people who have these questions. These are the questions they have, that side. These are the questions they have. Oh, yeah? Well, why when he got stabbed, they didn't stab him there? And why this and why that? And we going
well,
through it, right, bro?
with that, the defensive wound. Did you see the picture of the defensive wound? I mean, the wound on his hand. It does look like if they did try to stab him and he grabbed the knife like that, and it cut his thumb. But I've been really thinking a lot about it, and he possibly could have got jumped, but I don't think he got stabbed there. I think if he did get stabbed, it was probably in the house. And then the reason why is because everybody said he had a white shirt on from the minute he woke up to the minute they seen him going to the hospital that night. Okay, so if he ran out of the backyard and they did try to stab him, and whoever, because they said the key was in the back, what if Artie chased him out of the house, dropped his key back there? They seen him trying to catch Eddie, because I spoke to a woman today and she said her husband was a cabbie for years, and she said they always leave a change of clothes in their car in case they get thrown up on or something. So he had the means, motive, and opportunity, and he had his car that the trunk could have held the bloody clothes in,
And
because
he
if you,
admits that he was grabbing kitty litter boxes with no
right,
cats. He admitted he was in the house.
kitty litter can clean up blood spots, right? Just
Yeah,
like it
but
cleans
he
up
admitted.
oil,
Yeah, and he admitted he was in the house. That's the bottom line. The fucking
right?
dude admits he was in the house.
And my
He
thing
said
is
he went in the
this:
house.
if he did take those bloody clothes and bring them to his trunk, now no one's stupid. If you did that heinous crime and you took off your clothes, there's gonna be blood dripping off your clothes. I don't care what
Facts.
anybody says.
Well, they
And
said it
that's
was dripping off. They said it was dripping off the wall, so obviously it was dripping off the clothes.
right. So if Artie friggin' ran out after him and couldn't get him, and then he's like, "Oh shit, I gotta bring the clothes to the trunk," and he lost his key, and that makes more sense than him getting stabbed and jumped at the same time down in Union Square.
And to be fair, in 2015, Big Ed, when he went on WHDH, he said, "I thought I was going to take the stand and tell my story."
Right.
And the question is, when he was going to take the stand, was the story going to have a twist? We don't know. We'll never know. And that's the reason, and Big Ed can't talk about it, either can Little Ed. I think that story, if there is that story, if it is Artie, and we know it's, because he said it in the parole hearing. They said, "Did you ever say who it was to tell anybody else?" And he said, "Yeah, people I know." You heard him say that, right, bro?
Yeah, he did. He
He
said
said,
that he told people that are closest to him.
right. So, I mean, I can't be selfish. You know what I mean? I based on the evidence, the preponderance of evidence, what I'm looking at now is this. Regardless, Eddie should have a new trial based on all the evidence and the lot, and not looking at the third party culprit Adi. If you look
Right.
into him and you break down everything, even the stuff we found out, cats, kitty litters, dogs, dog food, all these different things he could put in affidavits, we should be able to say, look at this guy for a second, right? But the problem is, even if it gets Eddie out, who did this crime? Is
Right.
Janet
Exactly.
ever going to get justice? And now we're there, right? And will that ever happen? Will they ever arrest somebody else for it? Same thing with John O'Keefe. Will they ever, like, okay, Karen gets out, but will they ever go after the people who actually did it? Because if they do that, then they would have to exonerate her. So are they just going to come at Ed with a deal, like Jimmy T said? He turns around, he starts pushing buttons, people start standing out, free Ed, and they say, okay, listen, we don't want this shit. Just cop out to this, and then he takes it, and they put it over with, and then Janet never gets justice. So somehow or another, I would like to, the public perception, I would like to get the story on, what exactly happened, the best to our ability to tell it, to get justice for Janet on, at least on this platform, to say, listen, this is who we think did it, and this is why. And I don't think we're just there yet. But if I think that everybody, I mean, I just looked at the chat. A lot of people don't agree that it's just Adi. They think it's Paul. And that's where I'm lost, because I'm just, my mind, where you at with it, Kevy Kev? If it's not Eddie, who is it? Yep. The mute button's beautiful. It's great. It's nice.
So,
God damn, my bad.
going to J.F.K, bro.
Hold on. Can you hear me? Mic check to the gods.
Mic check to the gizzards.
Where I'm at with this is like, the way this crime went down. It was, to me, there's rage, there's jealousy, there's passion. I mean, it feels like that it was personal, if you understand what I mean. Like it was a personal attack. So it leads me to believe that if there was a lot of tension in that house, I mean, we're talking about this lady's getting booted and kicked and shit. And
Got beat up bad, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I'm talking like, with their own kids. I mean, that's a tough thing. I mean, they had put a chins on their daughter, I mean, just, you have to think about the different shit. You know what I'm saying?
God damn, J.F.K.
Read when
Sorry,
that
Kitty
came out,
Love.
though.
I can't see that good. I see what it says, but
Like, but then you got to think about that movie. That movie came out in 1994. I remember there was motherfuckers in the schoolyard when Freddy Krueger came out, was walking around with the gloves on and shit.
yeah. Look
You know,
in
I'm just
Salem
saying,
with
bro.
Scream.
You know,
They
I'm just
gutted
saying,
2
man.
girls.
Right? I'm just saying. That movie came out in 94. This happened July of 95. To be fair, Eddie, Paul, Ryan, and Adi all have some stories with Ole, so we have no choice but to dig deeper with each one of them. Right? What the Duck turns around with $10. Look at the diaphragm of where the cuts of Eddie's hand are. They look like defensive wounds and look like he wrapped the hand around a blade, not like he got hurt holding a knife. Okay. Let's remember a jury convicted him. If only one wasn't convinced, he would have been a mistrial or not guilty. Now we are the jury and we must look at all angles and all possibilities. Exactly.
Exactly.
Do
We're
both
here for the
twins
truth.
have issues? Yeah. Did both twins have issues with Janet? How do we know the 3 boys didn't plan it? Then Adi helped clean it up. Eddie would stay quiet and he'd have to admit guilt to reach out, but not impossible. Yeah, I could dig it. But it
Could be.
was the time frame. It was just the time frame, man. And like I said, you know, when we had Big Ed up here, I didn't see Big Ed's last chat. I'm not paying attention to the chat. Because if I pay attention to the chat, I can't do my job.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I did way too many live streams to worry about someone's feelings. And that's all due respect to Big Ed. I think I did more good than a comment that I might have made or a speculation. And I threw up the disclaimers. You know what I mean? So if you don't know what that is, I don't know what to tell you. And you know what? That's cool. That's why there's Jay Brilliant. That's why JFK don't talk directly to people. I say, Jay, you handle that. So if I get
Yep.
any smoke, you could talk to Jay, and then you don't have to worry about me. And that's the way it's got to be, because I'm not going to feel bad about saying, because what happened to Janet is my concern.
Hey, let me stop you
Ultimately.
real quick. He said that it's not what you are saying, it's the hit piece you were reading.
No, I
He's
understand.
not. He don't like that article.
No,
He
no, I
don't
don't
like
like
what
the.
they're saying.
I get it's a hit piece. I get it, but still, it still has perspective from them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I'm trying to get their understanding, Erin and Carrie Ann, their
Yeah.
perspective in that space and time. And did they lighten up since then? And how can we get them to lighten up? How can we
But
get
that
them to look a different way?
and that's
I'm trying.
you know,
I
and
had
that's
someone reach out to Erin today for me. Sorry, Kev. I had someone reach out to Erin today for me, and she said she read the message but didn't respond.
I mean, not for nothing, but I want to speak. I want to speak on that part that you're talking about, and you know, I mean, for you know, when we started this conversation, we're trying to understand why these kids that were in this circle do not want to speak on what's going on. We're trying to take it back to 1995, 1997. What was being flooded in the media? What was being flooded on the news? Why are they stuck in 1997?
Talk to him. Hold on a minute, Kevy Kev. Hold the fuck on. Kevy Kev,
There you
keep
go.
talking. Keep talking, motherfucker.
I'm just
Keep
saying,
going.
you know, I am. I mean, and that's where, you know, I mean, when JFK says, you know, the chat and how we react and what we've built up with all this investigation that we're doing, you know, we want them to understand that we know why they were thinking this. We know why they were directed in a certain path to push this on Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
But there's only one way for them to understand where we're seeing it is to get them to come in and go over this with us in the present. You know what I'm saying?
And the more and more we do, we're on pod 29, ladies and gentlemen. And I just want to say this to Big Ed, because I got nothing but respect for Big Ed.
Same here.
Big Ed. I like Big Ed and I like Little Ed. And if you were gonna tell me right now, if you were gonna say, JFK, what side you on, I'm on Little Ed's side right now. But don't ever get it mistaken that I cannot not like That's right now. And I'm saying, is there a nuance that I need to know about? And that's why I need to talk to them. I need to know if there's something I'm missing. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Absolutely.
I need to
There's a
know,
lot of things we're missing.
right? And I need to know. But as of right now, with Adi's lying, I gotta go. I gotta say, if you lie, what are you hiding?
And that
Right.
and that's what we and that's really a big factor that can be presented to the other side, the people that he's speaking for, because that's where I was at the other day. I'm saying to myself, why the fuck is this family, fuck are all these people that were close to this the Downing family and close to Eddie, why are they fucking what letting this guy speak on their behalf? I mean, he seems to be the only one that's speaking on their actions or what they might have seen or what they might have heard. And I mean, it's like, are they okay with this? I mean,
Another thing is, on your show when I was in Miami, right, with James Jackson, and he was, smoking weed, and I was doing push-ups, right? In a nutshell,
God damn.
that's what the vacation was like. JFK is doing all the work. James Jackson was soaking up the sun, but that's another story. But here's the thing. Let me just say this. When I was there and Kebby Keb 781 was doing 4-hour live streams, JFK, when I went to sleep, I put my man Kebby Kev on and Jay Brilliant. I was listening to my boys talk because I need to know what they're thinking. And I heard a conversation of them talking to someone about Carol being involved. This is what I'm saying. Listen, that is not like what? Now Carol's
Right.
involved? Like, you know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like this, I do not want to turn this into a circus. You know what I mean? Because ultimately we're trying to get Vinny on this fucking show. The last thing I'm going to tell Vinny, hey, do you know Carol? Like, you know what I'm saying? We're not doing that. We're going on who spoke and who's speaking. I know Adi for a
Fact.
fact is lying. I know what he is. I know he lied 30 years later. I talked to Margot
100%.
Nash. She said she broke it down. There was a big area inquiry. She didn't even, that wasn't even a thought in her head. She just spoke her truth. There was a big area inquiry with the medical examiner's office. In 30 years, I never heard anything about a cat. And then boom, he's talking about cats. There's something there. I don't know where it lines up. I don't know. Maybe Eddie, little Ed does, big Ed does, and they can't tell us. But until they can tell us, I'm gonna be doing lives like this, and
Right.
some of them are gonna be better than others. So you just gotta
Absolutely.
bear with me. You gotta bear with me. This is real time. We could me, Brilliant, and Kevy Kev could do this 3-hour live stream without the live button, right? And we could do it on record. And then I could take it and I could edit it. And then I could put it out on a video and it would be way smoother. It'd be great. Eddie Brilliant would look, we could put filters on Eddie, turn his beard and my beard black. We could, you know what I mean? We could
You
make
need some
ourselves
black
look
hair
good.
again?
Yeah, I
You
need some,
get rid of his wife?
yo, my shit's so white you can't even see I got a beard. How crazy
Oh,
is that? But, right? Oh, there
that's
it
a good
is.
wife.
Yeah. So, but the point I'm trying to make is
Looking
that
like Santa.
we could have did it like a podcast and just chopped up the episode and took the fat out and the filler
Right.
out, right? And made it more to the point. But we don't. We're transparent. We love the long gamers. We like building with you guys, and we're not trying to dog anybody out. And we're giving even Adi the benefit of the doubt. Is he just an habitual liar? Does he have dementia? Is there something wrong with him? Right? Like, what the
Also
fuck is
liar.
up with this guy? Right? Then his daughter's a liar. We got his daughter saying it wasn't even her, and Unforgettable saying, nah, JFK, check out this video. It sounds just like her. Gotta
Yeah.
stick to what we gotta stick to. If we're gonna stand behind this, we gotta go on what we know. As factual as possible. That's where I'm at with it. I don't want to dumb it down. And that's the reason why I spoke up about the Karen Reed shit when people started getting recording people and things like that, because to me it was dumbing down how far we came, and I didn't want to be on the side of that shit, and I'm not. That's the beautifulest thing. This channel is not on the side of that shit, regardless of what they say, what they do. This channel right here is not on the side of that. When it's all said and done, and this ages 4 or 5 years, and we go down and talk about this, when we wasn't on the side of drama. We was
Right.
on the side that we spoke the truth and we moved on, right? And that's it. And that's where I want to be. I don't want to dumb it down. And you could get lost in that. You know what I mean? It's real easy to get lost in gossip and the fuckery. It's real easy because you're humans, you know what I mean? But I'm not trying to do that here. We got way too many people like Eddie and Trisha, who I respect, a married couple for years. We got Margot Nash on our side. We got Keith Richardson. We got goes down the line. We got Gina. We got everybody that we need to speak. Like, it's too good of a thing that we have to throw shit in the mix. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Just to do it. It's not doesn't make sense to me. Everything's got to make sense at the end of the day. Does that make sense? I don't even fucking know.
Definitely, yeah.
Call
It
me in the morning.
absolutely makes sense. And like I tell everybody, you're a smart dude. You know, like you find out details, you find out truth. You're not afraid to dig in, and you know, if people just gotta understand that. Like we gotta do what we gotta do, and you're so far from what I see, you're the best at what you do. So
Appreciate it, brother. And so ain't you. And so ain't Kevy Kev. Because we all got passion and we all want the truth. And we all want to, and that's the thing. I think with this case, like, I hate to say it that way. Like, Francis Gigalotti, the way he died was horrible, right? But it's like, and the way Officer John O'Keefe died is horrible, but the way Janet died was so fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't know if that makes any sense. Like saying, well, one death's better than the other. To the families, it doesn't matter, right? But to me, for some reason, with me, it hits home because it's like, man, it's just such a, it's such a serious thing, man. What happened? Like Kevy Kev said, like someone with anger and all the things you said, Kevy Kev. You broke down
Anger, passion, jealousy.
Mm.
You know,
Mhm.
fucking. I mean, it was just hate. It was an enraged thing. It was like, and to me, that shit's built off of.
And she suffered.
I feel
You
like
know what I mean?
I feel like you know, it was a real negative attack about maybe being controlled or being put in your place or being judged. You know, I mean, it just was a bad fucking scene.
Mm.
It, like you said, I mean, it wasn't like someone, ran in and was robbing the house and fatally shot somebody. You know what I'm saying? And then fuck, what do I do? And took off. It's not, you know what I mean? It's
fucked up, man.
it is fucked up. Whoever
fucked up.
did that shit, they gotta be a sick ass individual, dude. Like, to cut someone 98 times, that's above and beyond.
overboard. It's
That's
overboard.
overkill. That's just like, I don't know. Like, you gotta be a real angry ass person to do some shit like that. That just
Yeah,
gets. That's
it's
crazy.
crazy. It is. It's crazy. It's just a crazy way, of what happened on that July night, and it's just a spooky thing, man. It just never added up. Altar Boy does it, and then you go
Mhm.
with the politics as usual, Riley, and saying Adi had nothing to do with it. Like, how could you say that in that moment in time? Like, knowing that he was looking for his car key. Like, how the fuck did they overlook that? If we're sitting there now, 30, like, not for nothing, you could take us back 30 years, put us right in the time machine, right? I don't give a shit if you put me to my 19-year-old self back then, right? And whatever ages you guys would be. If you would tell me there was a guy on the fucking scene with looking for a cab key on a murder scene, I would say, well, hold on. Did you look at him? I don't need to be. I could have been 14 and would have said that.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
anybody could see that. And Mr. O'Brien, Big Ed said it. You're blind if you don't see that there was an issue with Adi, period. Now, Kelsey just said, I had said this before too, respectfully, because I think JFK disagreed with me. If Eddie is granted a trial, only reasonable doubt needs to be proven who did it. Yeah, I get all that. And that's my point. He doesn't have to prove who did it. But see, with me, if I'm going to push this case, I want to be on the side of knowing that Eddie didn't do it. I don't want to be on the side of him just getting, because I think if he did get a new trial, whether he did it or he didn't do it, I think he has a good shot at getting out. But
Right.
if he did this and got away with it, I don't know if that would sit right with my moral compass.
And another thing Eddie said in an email that he sent me was that not only does he appreciate that we're trying to prove his innocence, that we're also trying to find out who really did it.
Right.
So
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and I think that, you know, it's right there in front of you. We're not
it's
putting men on the fucking moon. It's Riley who decided not to look at the guy with the cab. The
right.
guy who didn't go down to the cab company and go through the cab. They never went through the cabs. If they would have went to the cab, they might have found DNA in the back of that fucking cab. And who knows? Do we know a cabbie that opened up the trunk? And remember what Big Ed said. He took a shower over there at the hood and there was blood in the fucking sink. Was that where the clothes were? Is that where he dumped this shit? We don't know. See, there's other things that Big Ed and Little Ed has,
Right.
right? And they just don't want to put it all out there because they don't want to show their hand yet. And I get all that. And they're
Right.
Big Ed's probably sitting there fucking throwing fucking blows at the TV right now. You motherfuckers. Calm down, Big Ed. We got your back. Right? You know, and you probably know things we don't. And I get that. And that's what I'm trying to tell the people.
And
but I think we shook Adi up pretty good. That's what I think.
And I mean, I'm gonna just say this. I mean, you got 3 people up here right now that have been working hard, and we've been going through a lot of shit. And it's moved very fast.
Very fast.
Very fast. I mean, and everybody can contest to that. I mean, like J.F.K. said, we're on pot 29. We plan on going to 1,000.
I think
And
we're
that's
on
why-
32,
and
but
that's
we
why-
had to put some on the shelf. So
Yeah, we put a couple on the shelf, but the point is, we're 29 officially on 29 for the books. We might be on like 35 actually, because we do lives in between and we talk about it still. But 29 to make it official, because I feel like when we put the number on it, we kind of hold it to a different level of respect. But the point, what I'm saying is that the thing is too is that we got to read all if it's a hit piece. We got to read everything we possibly can on it back then to kind of get the idea what the temperature was like. You know what I mean? And what's, because, people are just stubborn people and time goes by. And I think that's the best way to explain it, because ultimately we want to explain this to big dogs, right? Like news companies and things like that, and Vinnie Politins and bigger podcasts, a Runkle, someone like that we can say, hey, listen, and they turn around and they say, yeah, I know that story. Yeah, but they had the blood, this, that, the kid's guilty. What do you mean? He lied 2 days. He never said, right? That's the first thing they're going to say, right? And it's like, well, he was going to tell his story. And let me just tell you something, right? I just think it's a case of time just went by, right? And that's what I think happened here. And I think it's a good reality check to everybody, whether you like it or not. Time goes by, right? 30 years went by pretty fucking fast, ladies and gentlemen.
Too fast.
So I think that's what it comes down to. And there was no Karen Reed case in the middle that he could parallel his shit to and say, hey, Morrissey is a piece of shit, right? Why not think Riley's a piece of shit? But even Karen didn't even mean to do this. John O'Keefe didn't even mean to do this. This case, everybody, all the long gamers, all the free Karen Reed, this is what happened to Eddie. And it was God's plan, and it rolled out the way it's shaken out And like I said, Adi, he wasn't prepared for that. I don't think he understood that there's people who don't like corruption, and Adi knew what was going on, and Adi realized, that this guy, Riley, he got in everybody's head. Nah, it's him. It wouldn't make sense if it was Adi. If it was the cab driver, then there's no juvenile law change. If it was the cab driver, then it's a piece of shit cab driver, right? It's not good for him. This is the best story ever. Everything. It was perfect for him. The change of juvenile law, transfer hearings, to show that they're not taking any joke. And then once they get that law passed, now they can zone into anybody else. And then that's how he could become attorney general. And that's how his pay grade could go up. It wouldn't make sense if it was anybody else, and that's why it's called politics as usual in Massachusetts. It's the same thing with Morrissey. It has to be the girl. It can't be the cops. We're not giving up our CPAC unit. Nah, nah, it can't be that. You know, it has to be her, and that's what it comes down to. So, you know, this is the reality of it, the frame up, the window of opportunity. If you don't think that Riley didn't show up to the scene and was like, wait a minute, the boy got a cut on his hand. Wait a minute. He's got a cut. Okay. Go in his room. See what he got. Oh, he got porn magazines. This dude's already writing it. He's already writing the article in his head. This is what DAs do. This is what lawyers do. What's the first thing a lawyer does when he talks to you? He asks you a bunch of questions, right? Where'd you go to school? What's your mother's name? What's your father's name? Did he go to school? Is your grandmother still alive? Where do you work? What's your kid's name? Where do they go to school? How much money you make a year? What do you like to do? Right? And then he goes in front of the judge. Your Honor, Kevy Kev 781. Good guy, local guy, works here. He got 2 kids, got a wife. On the weekends, Kevy Kev likes to put fucking alternators with serpentine belts.
Mhm.
In 1973. What year's your truck? 71?
73, yeah.
God damn, Kevy Kev.
Worked out
Right?
good, man. I'm back in action.
You're back in action. But
Yep.
that's what they would do. They get the information to spit it. So you don't think he's looking around. He's walking around that murder scene 98 times. The boy next door, 6'3". Like he's like, what? The kid? Oh, that's the kid who did it? 6'3", juvenile offender. How old is he? 15. Boom, big guy. Boom, came in through the window. Boom, boom, boom. Da 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 da. Like he's already writing it up and he already knows what he's gonna put out to the media. He already knows, and he's like, here we go. Like he's already thinking that, like he's thinking about how he's gonna win the case, and that's the point. A DA shouldn't be thinking about how he should win the case. He should be thinking about the truth, and that's
Correct.
the same thing Morrissey did. They hid the evidence. As soon as that DNA didn't come back to Eddie O'Brien, let's hide it.
Yep.
And that's when you start asking questions. And you heard Riley when he said, you know, he could never make up for what the blood that was in the house. Well, then you have to say to yourself, did they put the fucking blood in the house? Right? You know, we seen them do we seen the Commonwealth of Massachusetts turn a fucking video around on
Oh, yeah, we
national
did.
TV.
Yes.
On
Oh, yeah.
national TV.
That's crazy.
Yep.
So as long as we have, as long as we know that could happen, you know, we're in the right. And so I think we're on a good path for sure. Norman Corey said the Commonwealth pointed out the newspaper had natural born killers on the cover, but not page 3 was an article about sport and trading cards. Eddie room was filled with cops never took pics of the cards. Exactly. They took pics of that. And that was the movie that was out back then, right? Yep.
And you know, and that's the type of spin, you know, you got to remember something. Like we're talking about the DA himself, the big worm, you know what I'm saying? And he's the one that's talking to these reporters, and 95% of the time these reporters, if they want to talk to Riley, they're calling his office and someone's answering a fucking phone trying to set up an appointment. No, he's reaching out to them. He's telling them what they have to write.
Has been done by even bringing a man who was totally innocent into this case and injecting his name into this case. That's wrong. That's fundamentally wrong and extremely unfair to him. There's absolutely no indication, no item of evidence, anything that would.
No item of evidence. The fuck are you talking about?
And you know that right there, what he's doing right there, Morrissey did for the McAlberts.
Yeah. And this is after we got the guilty. Imagine if they would have got the guilty on Karen Reed. He would have did the same thing. They would have said, okay, no, like, listen, that even though she could have put in for an appeal just like Eddie O and the whole shit, and she probably would have ended up doing 5-6 years before she hit the streets too, or on an appeal. She'd be like the same thing would be the same way we're acting with Eddie, we would be doing with Karen right now, and the same exact thing. That was after he got found guilty, and
Yep. I mean,
he threw cold water right on it.
I mean, you heard Morrissey saying, Colin wasn't in that house. This family did not have a relationship with certain particulars and people in this tribe. I mean, that was all bullshit. And he put that shit on national television. This is the power that these motherfuckers have. And they'll push their narrative in any direction they can they pick and choose.
Let me ask you
And
this.
that mainstream media is pretty powerful too.
Of course. Let me ask you this. That's all they had back then too. There was
Right.
none of this. I mean, we
That's
already know
another
that.
thing. They didn't have in 1995.
But they had the radio. They had the radio every day on talk radio. There was guys like me and you. The difference
AM
is we weren't
1030. That's right.
right.
Yes.
The difference is they weren't live on the screen, and they were doing
Right.
exactly what we're doing right now.
Yep.
Yeah, but he went in the house, Joey. Joey went in the fucking house. The morning then he was there. He lied 2 days later, Mikey. Fucking the dude's guilty. He has it on his shit. Rah, rah, rah. And boom. Here's the thing. If you don't think Riley for 1 minute, right? And let me ask you this. If you went inside a junkyard right now, right? And you seen a C4 vet, ZR1 engine in it, junked. And the dude said you can have the car and you could take that ZR1 engine. That's a fucking unicorn, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
if you could get that, are you going to try to put that in that 71? Are you going to try to figure out a way to get that in that bitch?
Oh, I'd put it in the Vega. Yeah.
You're going to get it in there?
Oh,
Look
man.
at it. He's excited. See how excited he is? You're going to put it in the Vega. You're gonna,
Yeah, I'm down.
and you're going to have to try to get the wiring harness right. You're going to figure the fuck out, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a big opportunity, right? ZR1 and a fucking Vega, kid. What year's the Vega?
71.
71 with a ZR1, 91 ZR1 engine, 95, whatever year you
Nasty.
found. Nasty. If you think for 1 minute that Riley in his whole career wasn't looking for a case like this, this is the ZR1, baby.
Yeah.
It looks like a C4. It's not
Yeah.
like it's a murder. It's a murder.
Sleeper.
But when you pop the fucking hood, oh, there's other shit underneath it. It's got all the bells and whistles. Holy shit. Oh, wow. He's 6'4". Oh, his father likes to be crazy. Perfect. Everything. It was fucking perfect. The dude was loving it. Like, every day. Hey, the mother's yelling. Oh, yeah. Put a camera on her. Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it. Matter of fact, you ain't trying the case, Mikey. I'm going to try it. I'm going to be the villain. Fuck that. But I'm going to be the villain, but I'm not the villain. I'm going to be the hero, but I'm really the villain. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It was such a political pull, man. It was a 101. And what did he do after that? He became attorney general. He did his political thing. Now he's 82 years old. You know?
And he ran for governor.
Yeah, he ran for governor.
And he ran for governor. Would you believe it?
I mean, in that, there's those political positions he was
And
looking to
right,
gain.
I put dudes away. Sexual predators. You know what I mean? Super predators. Tom Riley for the job. Back in 1995, juveniles were out of control. Tom Riley came through and put super predators away for life. That's what he does. Vote Riley. All the game, bro. It's all the game.
And you want to know something and it probably went higher than that. It was probably somebody that was up there. That's right, with the tentacles.
Tentacles. What do you do? Is that what you do?
Tentacles.
Because he had to make somebody else be in good standings to get these laws passed through. The Commonwealth to get these laws. Remember, there was somebody else.
It was a state-to-state thing. Yeah, there was a bunch of states that were pushing the super predator law, but he needed it in this state. He needed it to pop off. I'm telling you, he was writing that shit as soon as it hit. There's a murder? What? What is it? He needed it, and he needed to throw cold water on the Kremen case. Deanna Kremen got the worst deal out of all this because we're talking about Janet, but then 3 months before that, 4 months before that, this poor girl got murdered, raped, and thrown on the side of the road, and there's not even a suspect. They think it's the kid, the boyfriend. But why? Why couldn't they arrest him? I mean, one would think that it wasn't him if they never got him, right? One would think that maybe he didn't do it because it would be too easy, right? So who did it? Who did it? And like you said, you bring a point. I got to throw that point back up. They never ran that DNA under the fingernails because then if it ever came back to that Deanna murder, then boom, Eddie gets released, the murderer goes down, right? And it's not his objective. His objective was to get that juvenile law pushed, to jump on that political bandwagon. That was his move. You know, period, point blank. And that's factual.
And you want to know, I mean, like, and you just said it. At that time, at that space and time in 95 and throughout his proceedings and trial to 97, there was, I mean, you weren't pushing back on the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You know, you didn't have that, you know, the drive. You didn't have all these things that we've survived, let's say. All the changes that we've survived on the outside, living this life for 30 years that Eddie's been in jail, to see the chain reaction of what's going on and how fucked up it is even 30 years later, to bring up some attention to say, hey, why couldn't it have been that way back then? You know? It's just, I mean, it's fucking crazy.
It is crazy. It's crazy. It's a wild thing, man. And that's why, like, if we get someone like Vinny up here, when we do get Vinny up here, like our presentation got to be on point, you know, and we got to give him a theory to think about, you know. And the main thing we got to do is just talk about our truth about, hey, do you know? Here's Margot Nash. This is what she said about kitty litter, and this is this guy talking about 4 hours later, cats, kitty litter boxes, dog food, back to kitty litter boxes, saying he went through a murder scene. I went through the kitchen to get the kitty litter box. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. What's that all about? And why would he say that? Like, even if that's what he did, right? Even if that did happen, why even say that? Like, that would make you look guilty of something. If people are blaming you and saying things about to you at this point, if you know you didn't do anything and you know there's nothing going on, why would you even mention that? Knowing that the internet's powerful, you've been on Reddit for years, you didn't like what they did on the courthouse right in front of 3 Cambridge Street. You didn't like that. So why would you want to revisit that? You didn't like the way it made you feel gavel to gavel on court TV. You didn't like your name being dropped. Why would you step in and say something like that and just have inconsistencies? Why wouldn't you just say, why wouldn't you get up here and say, listen, guys, I didn't do this shit, right? Period. You guys can look whatever you want to look. They can run the DNA. I'll give my DNA. I don't give a fuck. I'll take a lie detector test. But more so, you guys are wrong. I'm telling you right now, Jay, and I, Kev, JFK, you're wrong. The kid Eddie did it. He did it, and you guys are fucking falling for the bullshit. And I'm telling you right now, he did it. And you don't, whatever you're doing, just remember, investigate all you want, but I didn't do this shit. He did it. He's not saying that, right? He's not saying that. He's lying. And then he says that he did it as he lies. So, like, why is he sputter? Why does he go out of control? A real dude would just say, yo, listen, go fuck yourself. Like, that's how I feel. Right? Wouldn't you?
I agree 100%, my man. Like, I would have looked into this screen and been like, fuck you.
Yeah.
I didn't do this shit. Fucking run my motherfucking DNA. Let's move on from this. I'm sick of hearing this bullshit. But he don't do that.
And you're
I'd be
saying
doing
you want,
anything to clear my name.
and you're saying you want Eddie to stay in jail. There you go. Like, if you go ahead and run your DNA and go ahead and push for that and whatever, jump in the middle of that and make a deal. I don't know. Is there a way you can push that process through faster, Adi, where you could step in and say, all right, like, the DNA is where, or it's here. All right, to take my DNA, put it to that, and then that kills your Rule 30. The DNA under the fingernails was fucking something that it wasn't mine. And move on. And here's the thing. And if it is somebody else's, is it possible that happened? Why can't you believe his story? If you wasn't there and you drove, If you drove from, like you said, from the Peter Pan there, and you wasn't there when like, if you weren't there, how do you know it's someone else didn't do it? And wouldn't you want to know? And why would
Absolutely.
you, right? And if you had no beef with Eddie, and he's just a good little altar boy, and you're cool with Ed across the street, and you know it fucked everybody's life up, and 30 years later, you didn't really put, maybe at the time, to give, like, even at that point, there's DNA under the fingernails, right? But let's just say even at that time, he got bamboozled by Riley. You know, he fell for Riley's shit. Let's just say, right? Because it's possible. You would think now, after 30 years, you would say, well, shit, you know, Riley he was a bulldog. I mean, we just agreed with the fucking guy. You know what? Now that you say all this stuff and you're making all these points, let's run the DNA. How do we get it ran? I mean, I'm on board. I'm willing to come on the fucking screen with Trisha and Big Ed and say, hey guys, it's me, it's Adi. I know you guys think I did this shit because the car key. Listen, I was selling fucking weed. I had a pound in the fucking trunk. The FBI was out front. I didn't kill her, but there's DNA. Hey, what do you want me to do? I can help Eddie. Maybe Eddie didn't do it. But if it comes to DNA comes back that it says fuck you. Right? It's no difference when I say, when Peggy O'Keefe, if she really looks at the waterfall video, can she for 6 months say, hey, I'm willing to put my theory that Karen did this to the side just to investigate that, you come in here, call the waterfall video, just to say, hey, I want to see them in a room. Can we get them in a room with some real investigators and ask questions again? Or can I ask them some questions? Like, what if Peggy O'Keefe jumped on a platform and said, hey, I want to go live and talk to Brian Higgins? Like, just for 1 second, just ask questions. Is there anything wrong with that? Can you put your ego to the side if you have any questions? And then if you get the answers you want, then whatever. You think the way you think. But the fact that he's hell bent that it's Eddie, and the same thing with Peggy, that she's hell bent on Karen, there's something deeper there. It's something deeper there,
Absolutely.
you know?
Absolutely.
And I think if we had time with Peggy, we could show Peggy the Kevin from South Boston phone call. We could show her the waterfall video, and you come in here, and all these different things, and break it all down to her the way probably people don't break it down to her. You know what I mean? And then say that doesn't, that doesn't make you ask questions. And the same thing with Erin. Like, Erin, did you have a cat? Like, legit, when you went home at night, did you climb in your house? I mean, climb in your bed and play with a cat? Did you have a fucking cat? If Erin turns around and says, no, I had no cat, he claims she said that she had a cat.
Yep. He said that she said when his goddaughter messaged me and relayed the messages that Erin said there was cats.
Well, what about the dog? The dog got along with the cats? And back to the dog not barking. She got beat up all over that fucking house. Who put that dog up? Who put the puppy up? Because that dog still was clawing at the door when she was screaming for her life. That dog was making noise. The fact that no one heard nothing is fucking insane.
That's insane. And the last
That's
time they heard something was when the noise on the stairs sounded like someone falling down the stairs, they said. I need to get Virginia Reckley on. She's not hearing me. She told me to go to the report and everything is in there, but I'm still trying to work on her. I just messaged her again.
Yeah, my dog and cat sleep together. I get it. But even the cat, if the cat was there, the cat would jump on somebody. The cat knows danger. The cat would attack somebody or hide. You know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure a cat would probably attack. It would be bugged out. Like, that type of that's she's running through that house. You know what I mean? She's running from this person. What are you doing? She's running. And they're grabbing her and they threw her against this wall, throw her against that wall, poke her, stab her. She's putting her arms up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Help! Help! No one heard her. It's
Insane.
fucking unbelievable.
And
That's
that's
why,
why I thought they cut her neck or something so she can't yell.
well, that's why you got to think it might have been Adi. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think it was someone like Adi, because then Adi thought about this. He thought that
Right.
people could hear. He thought, like, the first thing he would do is muffle her mouth. I don't
Yep.
know if Eddie, now can a 15-year-old do a crime like this? Yes, but was he that tactical? You would have to be tactical to really get on top of her. Like, Adi is more experienced as a man. He's 30 years old.
Yep.
He would know how to sneak around. He would know how to sneak up on somebody. Eddie just seems too, like, he wouldn't sneak up on you. She would see him. You know what I mean? She would see him, and you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing? Like, Adi, man, would be more tactical. Get you when she's probably sleeping, and he snuck up on her. You know what I mean? And he fucking ran up and just muffled her mouth and just started poking her and strangling her and fucking, you know what I mean, holding her down
Right.
because he knew not to make any noise. I don't think Eddie would have known that, like, to keep it quiet. Like, there's just too many things you're asking for this kid to do, like tactical. That, could he have done it? Yeah, he could have done it. But the point is that he left there's no evidence, like, as far as the blood on him, the footprint, the knife, the murder weapon. The hilt broke, but he picked up the blade. He was smart enough to pick up the blade. Why not just leave the blade if the hilt broke?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, he okay, he takes the blade, he gets rid of it. Where he see
You know what
Adi,
I don't understand about that whole knife situation? They said it was like a 2-inch knife, right?
yep.
How is a blade gonna break off of a 2-inch knife?
Yeah, it was 3 inches, but the knife that went in her was 7 inches. So there was another
Right.
knife.
Right. So if Eddie's knife was 2 or 3 inches long and the knife that went in her was 7, I don't get how they can say it was his knife when they never found the murder weapon.
Hmm.
So that's all funny to me.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, my dude. 100%. I mean, this whole shit is wild, man. I mean, to be honest with you, my dude, because I just don't think that he would be that tactical, man. I don't think that he would be able in that so it happens that the call comes in at 9:55. He was in the house. He left. When did he leave his stairs? At 9:15, right?
I thought that's what he said at 9:15.
So he walked in the house at 9:15. The shit goes down at 9:30. The call goes in. Well, what time they knock on the door? The people, the kids.
I don't know. I don't know. I have to look. I'm not gonna give you an
Think
answer
Think
until I
speaks.
look.
So when did he? Everybody put the timeline up real quick. Think speaks in there. I have it. I can pull it up. I have the timeline. I can pull it up, but I was just asking a question. Let me see the timeline. Let me see. So 7:30 p.m., 8 p.m., 8:45 p.m. Let me pull this up, make this bigger. At 8:45 p.m., Eddie carried John Roberts' son home. Did not see where Ed went after a handwritten statement. 8/17/95. August 17th, 1995. Eddie carried John Roberts' son home. Did not see where Ed went. Handwritten statement. That's at 8:45. At 9:10, Eddie left the house. Statement of Big Ed and Jessica. 9:15. Josh, Seth, Marco knock on the front door. Janet's house was open. Screen door was shut. Foyer door was closed. Side street mail. They response went to O'Brien's, called down. So he left the house at 9:10.
Yep. And the boys knocked at 9:15.
At 9:45. Right at 9:30, David Lee. Okay, so David Lee was in the bathroom with window open and heard two males saying something like, "What are you doing here? Get the hell out of here." Also, though, he heard one person running. Statement of Trooper 8295. David Lee. Who the fuck is David Lee?
I've been trying to reach him. I can't get a hold of him.
So you mean to tell me he did this shit in 5 minutes? No
Yeah.
fucking way.
There's no way.
And John Roberts said 845. So let's just say we're going with John Roberts because he said he was 100%. That's why John Roberts is like doesn't
Yeah,
believe
but
it.
didn't he walk John Roberts' kid
Yeah,
home and then go
at
get the
8:45.
movie? Didn't he get them put the kids for the movie? He put the movie on for the kids and then went.
Yeah, he did. Janet was sleeping on the couch. Paul left out the front door at 8:30. He says he closed and he left with Janet. Jeannie, Eddie was on his porch with Big Ed at 8:30. At 8:30, at 8:45, Eddie carried John. So you gotta think about the state of mind. So at 8:45, this dude carried a baby across the street and then went to stab somebody.
I doubt that.
I mean, that just don't make no fucking sense, bro.
It don't make any sense.
Right? Like, I mean, if you would say at 8:30 he disappeared, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then and then no, you know, it just doesn't make sense. Eddie, he carried John Roberts, and John Roberts is such a square. We talked to John Roberts.
yeah.
Like, Eddie wouldn't want to be around a guy like that at that point. If Eddie was having them thoughts in his head that I'm gonna go across the street and do this, like that guy John Roberts might be the reason why you wouldn't do it because he's such like a nice guy. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not like he was around delinquents and evil people who were like, yeah, Eddie, smoke this blunt, drink this beer. Like, this dude's like, all right, man, have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll shoot some hoops. All right, man, see you tomorrow, sir. All right, man, I can't wait. All right, Ed. Nice talking to you, buddy. Okay, bro. It's not that the energy's different. It wasn't like bad energy where it's like, I mean, yeah, like it just doesn't make sense that he would be in that state of mind. And then at Eddie left the house, the statement of Big Ed and Jessica at night. And Jessica, who's Jessica? Big
His
Ed and
daughter,
Jessica
Big Ed's daughter. That's Eddie's sister, Jessica.
at 9:10. Annie and David Lee. So at 8:30, Annie and Dave Lee get home around 8:30 and did not hear anything outside until police arrived. Statement to Trooper 8295. 9:10, 9:15. Seth and them knock on the door. And then 9:45, Ryan came home. They said they saw a meal at 9:15 running. No answer, went to Gabi's house. At 10 p.m., man seen jumping over fence, but could not confirm it was Eddie despite recognizing him from a photo as someone he knew from the neighborhood. Anthony Stamilchino's cross-examination. That was at 10 p.m. But that wouldn't make sense, though, because
But Eddie was at the
at
market
9:15.
at 10.
Yeah, so that don't make sense. And then at 9:30, David Lee was in the bathroom. And
And
heard
he's the one who
saying,
heard the guy yelling outside, "What are you doing over here?"
but at that point he was gone though.
Right.
At that point Eddie was gone. So if they seen
Right.
him at 9:15, he ran. So at 9:30, who was the two people there?
In 9:45, Ryan was there, which makes me even think more Ryan had something to do with it too.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where Ryan could jump in the mix of that for sure.
Because there's no timeline on him. He was supposed to go swimming before Eddie went to his house. And then the three friends come 5 minutes after Eddie leaves his house. Like, you see, Ryan made sure he added in about the deadbolt being broken. So did he have it planned? Because he knew Eddie didn't want to go swimming at that kid's house because that kid sold weed too. Or smoked weed, one or the other. He didn't like being around that, Ed said. Big Ed. So that's why he didn't go swimming. Another reason, because he was big and you know how that goes. But he didn't like the dude because he smoked weed or sold weed. He didn't like to be around that. You're muted.
I don't know, people. We've been going for 4 hours. Kevy Kev just entered the building again. Oh, he's in a different place. Where you at, Kevy?
I had to come in the house, man. I was losing my signal out there.
It's all good, brother.
I thought your phone died again.
No, so I don't know what it was. I know what I did was I don't know if I told you, I just bought one of those $20 for the month. Xfinity. They got this deal. You spend $20 and you can hook up to a Xfinity Wi-Fi. It's been pretty strong, but I think my subscription's up.
They only give you so many megabytes or gigabytes.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know, but it's just my for some reason my modem don't reach outside. I mean, it reaches to my porch and shit, but if I go in the car or out back in the garage or something.
And I just want to apologize to anybody in the chat, Big Ed or anybody, if you guys gonna understand what we're doing here. You know, we're trying to revisit this shit and just look at everything. But the more and more we look at it, man, that 845 walking John Roberts, we're gonna have to go back and watch that John Roberts footage. I think tomorrow on the next one, we should go pick a couple of interviews that we went through and just go through it again. And then kind of just go through the timeline because the state of mind doesn't make no sense. The state
Thursday,
of mind.
I have someone scheduled.
Thursday?
Yeah.
Word.
Excellent.
So
no, and I mean, I don't I don't mean to come off, I'm just, the reason why I say it is you just, you just hit it the nail on the head again. Is for us to understand why these other, the younger generation that was around Paul and Ryan and Aaron, why they don't want to speak on it is they've been pushed a narrative. They've been, I mean, I get it. They went through a trial. They seen what they seen, but they probably weren't aware of the political end of it as well either, and yeah, they're watching the news and that's where they're gaining all their information. But I mean, to see that there was an agenda and to see that there was, political moves being made and laws being passed. I mean, do they really understand that? I mean, it just seems like there was.
Well, and then you look at the timeline, right? Though they say he left the porch at 9:10, right? So Big Ed's not gonna lie about that in that space and time.
Of course not.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So no, what I'm saying is at that point, he doesn't know. At that point, he doesn't even know Eddie was in the house, right?
Exactly.
At that point, Eddie's still lying to everybody, right? So at
Right.
that point, he got no reason to make up a story. So 8:45, John Roberts said he walked me across the street. He got off the porch at 9:10 to go to Burger King, and then at 9:15 they're banging on the door. There's no fucking way. There's just no way that timeline don't add up.
No. And then Ryan's timeline ain't making sense either. So
10 minutes, he killed her. Our son, 15 years old. I mean, give me a break. He did this in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, he killed her. He dressed her, redressed her, cut her throat. Give me a break. Your tears. And if anybody can't see that, they're blind.
Hamlet Street, where the blood drops were going down the hill. The judge would not allow that to get out in court. Pretend did it.
Out of your tears.
Her son was in the house when she went down the stairs. You heard the testimony of the neighbor that heard her.
The son was in the house. What son?
telling you, it was Ryan. My gut's been telling me.
Towed from Hamlet Street, where the blood drops were going down the hill. The judge would not allow that to get out in court. Pretend did it.
Out of your tears.
God.
Well, that's the other thing. That's the other thing.
Holy
I mean,
shit.
when you think about it, though, like,
hold on a minute. Is that Adi?
God damn.
Oh man, go ahead, brother.
When you think about that whole situation, like, because the reason why they're saying that, I believe that they're saying, is that what they're saying?
Yeah, he said, "What about the?" I think he's asking, "What about the dog?"
Well, I think he said, "What about the dog too?"
Yeah, he's pissed.
Yeah,
but listen, what I mean by that is, like, when they talk about, You know, um, the 10 minutes and could he have done this in the 10 minutes? I mean,
There's no way.
There's no way. And that I agree that he should have said something about the fucking dog. Dude, my dog's saying a lot right now. He wants to talk, man. Down, boy. Come here. So what else? Sorry, what else? What I was trying. God damn.
You gotta go to the bathroom or something?
No, he's happy I'm in the house, bro.
Oh, okay. Not bad. He sounds it.
You lost him.
No, I didn't lose him. He went silent on me. Radio silence and shit.
I just want him to sit. He won't sit down. Will you come here? He just wants me to play with him, bro. What I mean by, like,
Okay. Right. For sure.
her son being in the house is because the neighbor, Reckley, they state that they heard like somebody running up and down the stairs or clunking up and down the stairs, which I believe that they were kind of putting in the perspective of is that Ryan went in the house with his fucking rollerblades on, or it sounded like someone was clanking around with fucking rollerblades.
It had to be Ryan, and he said it was Ryan too.
So
remember when we talked to Adi? Adi said
He said it was
Ryan.
Paul with the rollerblades, but it was
No, it was
Ryan
Paul.
that had the rollerblades.
He said it was Paul with the rollerblades.
Right,
Now,
but it was Ryan with the rollerblades.
But did he say that to fucking try to Adi
To get the heat
throw
off
us
of Ryan.
off and get the heat off of Ryan? I mean, it's just, I mean, Ryan, and then Ryan states that he had to put his key in the door.
Ryan changed the story 3 times too. And Paul lied on the stand.
I mean, there is a statement that says that Ryan had to put his key in the door to unlock the door. And that's the other thing that I kind of follow up with is like Eddie seen the door open. So the door wasn't locked. If he went in there, if he seen the front door open as he's walking by to hit Hamlet Street and take like I said, like I think he can get to Burger King walking straight down Boston.
He said he went down Hamlet and then Highland.
Yeah, so I mean that's quick because it's on Highland. Burger King is on Highland.
That's the way he said he went, down Hamlet and onto Highland.
Yeah, and it's a 1/4 mile walk. I mean, you're talking about a 6-minute walk at a brisk. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and he probably ran halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, if he fucking witnessed something like that or was told to get the fuck out of here, the dude dipped.
In his parole hearing, he said that he didn't go to his house because of what was said in the house.
And I could see that. I mean, he's got a newborn practically in the house. You know what I mean? He's got
got a newborn.
Yes, he was only a few months old, I think.
It was 100% a newborn.
And what, a 2 or a 4-year-old sister at the time as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but there's still a lot of inconsistencies everywhere, though.
And we got to keep it interesting, people. We got to keep it interesting. Gifted 1 JFK membership, Law Talkers. But with that being said, it's 1:30 a.m. We've been rocking. I appreciate the audience. We held a great audience tonight. Appreciate everybody. We mean no disrespect. R.I.P. Janet Downing. We're on the side of the truth. Doesn't make sense. I want people to remember one thing. At 9:10, Eddie O, Big Ed said that he 8:45. John Roberts said he walked the kid across the street, his 2-year-old across the street. He said that in 1995 in August. Big Ed said he left the porch at 9:10. They knocked on the door at 9:15. 5 minutes. It makes more sense what he said, right? He said he walked in the house, right? He seen the door open, and when he seen her on the ground, on the floor, he was confronted.
Sorry.
And then he ran. That makes sense. That makes sense that could happen in 5 minutes. That makes hella sense.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense that he
Absolutely.
stabbed her 98 times, took her bra off, put it back on, and beat the shit out of her and threw her up and down. That doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't make sense someone would carry a baby across the street with good people, great people, squares, not guys that, that was smoking cigarettes saying, yeah, Eddie, yeah, I'm in the mafia, dude, yeah. Nah, not them type of dudes. Guys that are like, yeah, I'm going to see you tomorrow. We're going to play some ball, all right, Edward? We're going to play some ball. We're going to see that jump shot, how good you are. That's the type of energy. How the fuck you go from that energy to I'm going to go in there with a knife and butcher somebody? It doesn't make sense.
None at all. Great point, J.F.K.
Right?
Exactly.
So,
Absolutely.
That's where we're at. And we're going to be back for part 30. And part 30 is going to be crazy. And I want to thank Jay Brill. He's on camera, man, giving the ladies all the love. The ladies are like, God damn, Jay Brilla. He's killing the
Damn.
ladies.
God damn.
And the ladies are going
damn.
crazy for the Brilla.
Yeah, well,
Goddamn
hopefully
ladies.
tomorrow, if you see me, then this shit will be gone.
Listen, all you ladies need to calm all the way the fuck down when Jay Brill puts the camera on. God damn, Brilla. You know what I'm saying? Damn, 808 said damn to the Brilla.
She said, damn.
God damn.
Hey,
Making
yo.
me get sweaty here.
Goddamn, calm down. Calm down, Jay.
The nerves are kicking in.
Oh, she's saying, you're fine, Beth Bay State, man. You're fine, goddamn, brother. Hey, so with that being said, I go by the name of JFK.
I go by Jay Brillon.
And I go by Kevy Kev.
Kevy Kev, can you lead out with one thing before we get out of here?
Sure.
Hit him with it.
Oh, no.
We don't have it.
No, not that, man. You need to talk to Adi real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You know, come on, Kevy Kev.
Yeah, Adi. Y'all caught up? You never mentioned anything about the fucking dog, Adi. It's fucked up.
What's one thing life taught you? If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up.
See you next flight, people.
Hey, rumor on the street is that Artie might be in the chat tomorrow. He's coming back from Amsterdam.
Let's go.
Let's go, people.
Peace and love, people.
So.
On the porch with Gina.
My son, 15 years old. I mean, give me a break. He did this in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. He killed her. He dressed her, redressed her, cut her throat. Give me a break. This is a joke. Mr. Riley should be ashamed of himself.
9 hours telling me.
These cops lied on the stand. It was proven they lied on the stand. Okay? You had Stanford. You had Stanford, and you had that Firmino in there lying to death. But Mr. Pino gets on the stand and says they were lying. But what does that mean? 2 police officers get up there and lie on the stand. They gave a black eye to every good policeman in this state. And they should be ashamed of themselves to put a 15-year-old kid away for life. But it's not over. We got the appeal. And I'm telling you right now, I will die before my son spends any more time in jail than he has to after this.
It's law to require that all juveniles charged with first or second degree murder be tried as adults.
Summer of 19 1995. Hot night in July. Why did Janet have to die? This is the story of Eddie. Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The system is petty. Juvenile law and politics so deadly. 15 years old, known as Big Lovable Teddy. Janet Downing, 42 years old. What's the motive? Killed in her home, young mother devoted. Eddie went in the house, the door was open. She was on the kitchen floor, laying there frozen. Eddie claims this was not what he planned to see. A man with a mask grabbed him. Be quiet. I will kill your whole family. Eddie left the house, ran up the street. Around the corner, washed up in the bathroom at Burger King. Janet was stabbed multiple times. Rest in peace. It was a gruesome murder scene. I agree. Eddie went to his work, said he got jumped, but never said a thing. What? About Janet lying there lifeless. His friend's mother from across the street. Shh. He was in the house. But Janet had a brother-in-law she kicked out for selling drugs. Said if anything ever happened to her, it's him you bring up. The night of the murder he showed up, was acting suspicious in the front yard. Gina in Virginia says he was looking for his keys. It was humid and muggy, but we were showered and neat. He was a cab driver looking for his key. Looking for a key to one of the cabs in the fleet. Yes. How did he know something happened on that street? Eddie says he is innocent, and the cab driver did it.
Who do you believe?
Believe.
DNA under Janet's fingernail unidentified. Who do you believe?
Come on, come on.
This is the story of Eddie. 15 years old.
Life in prison.
This is the story of Janet, life taken and stolen.
For no reason.
It was the summer.
July 1995.
Do you all remember?
30 years ago, why she have to die?
15 years old, locked in a cage of murder that he always denied.
Let's go. Summer of 95. Life goes by. Welcome to the stream. Long gamers. Peace and love. La la la. Let's take them back.
More time in jail than he has to have.
Let's take him back.
The evil little man of Mr. Riley get on that stand and rip my son apart?
Patricia,
no.
Beyond the question of whether Eddie should testify, I just want, it's been more than 2 years, your reaction.
Adi Ortez murdered Janet Downing.